Chapter 629. Aya! As this Xiao Hei opened his mouth, countless strands of snow-white fur floated up, along with a cry of pain. The originally beautiful fur on Li Shui's small but had already become messy, and there were even faint bloodstains. Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Li Shui's small body suddenly bounced back to the ground, but she suddenly cried loudly, causing the originally somewhat complacent Xiao Hei to become a little baffled. He stretched out his little paw to wipe his nose, and was stunned on the spot. Miss, what's wrong? Suddenly, Li Bai appeared in the small hole, and when he saw Li Shui was wailing loudly with traces of blood faintly seeping out of his body, his gaze couldn't help but become icy cold as he bent over in concern and asked urgently. Get out! Who let you in? I said that without my orders, you can't come in. Are you deaf? Li Shui's face darkened, and she no longer cried, but shouted angrily at Li Bai. Li Bai was stunned, and then laughed bitterly. He gave a warning look to Xiao Hei, and then he flashed away. Are you all right? After Li Bai left, Li Shui continued to lower her head, and cried softly. Xiao Hei walked over slowly, a little embarrassed, and asked in a low voice. Bang! What responded to him was a heavy claw. Li Shui waved her little paw, and sent Xiao Hei flying out, and he hit the wall heavily, and then bounced back. You cheated. I said that you can't use your innate ability and divine power. Humph. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Xiao Hei got up with a roll, and then looked angrily at Li Shui. I cheated? You didn't cheat? You suddenly bit me just now. This isn't cheating? Li Shui raised her head high, and replied unhappily. Xiao Hei laughed mockingly, and said, You said I can't bite? I didn't use divine power. This isn't against the rules, right? I just used my body's instinct. This? Li Shui blinked, and realized that this seemed to be the case, and couldn't help but not know what to say to refute, and was stunned on the spot. After a while she pouted and said in a low voice, But you shouldn't have bitten me. There. Don't you know that you can't bite a girl there? Oh, I'll bite your thigh next time, Xiao Hei said generously. He then said with a sneaky smile, All right. Li Shui, this counts as my win, right? You can teach me the skill that allows you to transform into a human. Don't tell me you can't afford to lose. Humph. You don't have to provoke me. Here you go. This jade talisman contains the cultivation method of this skill. Just refine it. Li Shui flipped her little claw and threw a small jade talisman to Xiao Hei. Haha. I, Lord Xiao Hei, can finally become a handsome man. Xiao Hei flipped through the jade talisman admiringly. He nodded at Li Shui with satisfaction and said, All right, send me back first. I'll play with you in the future. I'll go back and cultivate for a while. Wait. Li Shui's gem-like eyes flickered. She provoked him again and said, How about we make another bet? In less than a month, we will reach the Phoenix Cloud Mountainous Range. By then, we can compete to see who can kill more god bandits, okay? No, my boss won't let me use my special ability in front of outsiders. If I don't use my special ability, I can at most deal with a first-stage heaven god. Furthermore, my boss will definitely not let me take the risk. Xiao Hei shook his head and rejected Li Shui's suggestion. Then how about I send someone to compete with your boss? If your boss loses, you will lose. We will bet a favor. If you lose, you have to agree to a request of mine. Of course, it must be within your capabilities. Li Shui's eyes flickered and she immediately came up with a plan. If you lose, I will let your mountain god armor send me to the Soul Devourer Manor. Do you agree? Xiao Hei's eyes lit up as he asked. If Li Shui agreed and Yi Qinghan could still win, he thought Yi Qinghan would definitely be overjoyed. Sure. This is a small matter. I can even let Li Bai escort you there. Li Shui didn't seem to mind at all as she agreed. Xiao Hei was even more excited when he heard this. He was very happy to be able to help Yi Qinghan and make Yi Qinghan happy. How do we bet? My boss is only a first-stage god general. You can't let Li Bai compete with my boss, right? Then he will definitely lose. Li Shui is also a first-stage god general. Let the two of them compete. I will let two subordinates follow them to ensure their safety. Whoever can kill more god bandits in one day will be the winner. How about that? Li Shuai seemed to have a plan as she smiled and said, "All right, you send me back. I will ask my boss. However, I think he will definitely agree." Xiao He grinned. No matter how many treasures Li Shuai, a first-stage god general, had, at most, a match for a third-stage god general. However, Yi Qinghan could easily kill a third-stage god general. This was a good deal. As expected, Xiao He went back and explained the situation. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. If he lost, it was just a favor. It was something that was within his capabilities. This naturally didn't matter much to Xiao He. However, if he won, the problem that had been bothering him would be solved easily. In the following days, Yi Qinghan cultivated even more diligently. He basically cultivated day and night. He wanted to cultivate the formless wind to the phenomenal stage before he reached the Phoenix Cloud Mountain. By then, his speed would be comparable to a third-stage god general. He would be even more confident. "Young mistress, how could you agree to such a bet?" In a small hall, Li Bai and Li Shuai looked at Li Shuai with a puzzled expression. "I'm happy. Why, can't I?" Li Shuai glared at her coquettishly. Then she looked at Li Shuai and said, "Shuai, you have to fight for me this time. If you win, I'll reward you greatly. If you lose, I'll get that Han Yi war god to spank your butt for a month." Li Bai and Li Shuai looked embarrassed. Although Li Shuai was young, she was usually very sensible. Why did she throw a tantrum today? Li Shuai's sore spot was touched. Her face turned red. Thinking of that humiliation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, Mississippi. I've refined this snow god whip for so long. I'll definitely win this time. Phew, after 3 months, I've finally cultivated it to the phenomenal stage." In the cultivation room, Yi Qinghan's figure became increasingly ethereal. Under the 10 times gravity restriction, his body could actually float in the air continuously. Sometimes, he would stand horizontally on the wall. Sometimes, he would slide across the ground like a fallen leaf. Then, he would float into the air again. His speed was twice as fast as before. His formless wind mystery was already at the phenomenal stage. After 3 months of hard training under the gravity restriction, it had finally reached the phenomenal stage. But, this formless wind mystery has reached the phenomenal stage? Why do I feel that this so close, yet worlds apart hasn't reached its limit? Could it be that it can still be improved? Impossible. Ancestor Yi Ruoshui was only in the first heaven god realm. It's already amazing that she could come up with such a footwork that contains the element of wind. It's impossible that this so close, yet worlds apart can still be improved? But now, it's just that the footwork is ethereal and the speed has increased. It's far from reaching the concept of so close, yet worlds apart? Yi Qinghan thought for a moment. He continued to use this footwork in the cultivation room. After wandering for a while, he still felt that this so close, yet worlds apart still had room for improvement. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of room for improvement. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot and pondered hard. Chapter 630. The formless wind drifted with the wind and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. One moment it was here, the next it was far away. Yi Qinghan knew that the formless wind esoteric mystery was already a very powerful esoteric mystery that could increase one's speed by more than 3 times. However, he felt that it was still far from the level of so close, yet worlds apart. He began to recall the footwork of other warriors. He thought of Lei Yun Martial Immortal, who strolled leisurely in dancing Phoenix City. Each step he took easily covered thousands of meters. He thought of the ghost race's constantly flickering figures and Nyo Potion's earth movement technique. He knew that there were many other powerful footwork techniques in the immortal realm that could increase one's speed by countless times. However, he had yet to comprehend them. Could it be the fusion esoteric mystery? Could it be that this so close, yet worlds apart requires the formless wind esoteric mystery to be fused with another esoteric mystery? But I only know one elemental law of wind. What should I fuse with it? Yi Qinghan was troubled. He had only cultivated for a short period of time and did not know much about cultivation. There were a few 5th-grade war gods here who were as strong as god emperors. He naturally did not dare to send a message to Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu was only at the peak of the heavenly god realm. He would not be able to help him much. After thinking hard for a while, he still had no clue and stopped thinking. Xiao He went to play with Li Shuai again. He let Li Bai transport him out and returned to his room. Yao Rao, you're awake? How's your cultivation? When he returned to his room, he found Yi Yao Rao looking at him with a smile. He was surprised and pulled her to sit on his lap. Haha, I've made some progress. I'm starting to fuse my second intermediate esoteric mystery. I should be able to fuse it in less than 10 years. Yi Yao Rao was in a good mood. Her eyes were full of smiles. Ever since Yi Qinghan confirmed his safety, she began to cultivate in seclusion. She had been in seclusion for almost a year. What? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened. Yi Yao Rao specialized in one type of law. For such an expert to increase their realm, they could only fuse and fuse. However, this kind of warrior's attack power was the strongest. Just like Kong Luo, basically no one in the God General realm dared to block his staff. Yi Yao Rao had only fused one mid-grade profound mystery in Balefaline's stream and broke through to the Divine General realm. But now, she had already fused another mid-grade profound mystery? This speed of comprehension was like a rocket. Could it have something to do with that cold ice jade body? Yi Qinghan pondered this for a moment and realized that it had to do with a spiritual body. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for Yi Yao Rao's cultivation speed. He believed that his perception was pretty good. Moreover, he could enter the soul stillness state from time to time. His cultivation speed could be said to be very fast. However, compared to Yi Yao Rao, he was still a lot slower. I don't know either. I was just quietly comprehending it, and before I knew it, I had fused with it. Yi Yao Rao shook her head lightly, indicating that she didn't know. Who cares? Cultivating fast isn't a bad thing. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. In his heart, he thought that he still had to find out more about this cold ice jade body when he had the time in the future. He also had to think of a way to cover it up. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if someone were to spy on it. As Xiao Chen spoke, his hand dishonestly reached into the room and groped around. He looked around and suddenly opened the restrictions in the room. He laughed softly and said, Yao Rao, while Little Black is not back yet, let's mix fire and water together. Yi Yao Rao's face suddenly turned bright red, and her body started to twist non-stop. The space in the room started to slowly heat up. Boss, this shape-shifting technique is so difficult to cultivate. I have been cultivating for so long, and I still have Li Shui's guidance. Now, I have only comprehended half of it. I estimate that I will need a few more months to master it. In the room, Yi Yao Rao continued to cultivate. However, Xiao He had returned from Li Shui's place. He said to Yi Qinghan angrily, Take it slowly. This shape-shifting technique actually doesn't have much use. It can only change the shape of the body. It can't increase the attack or defense. I think it doesn't matter whether I cultivate it or not. Yi Qinghan felt that this shape-shifting technique was useless. A person's soul aura couldn't be changed. Even if the body changed, it could still be easily recognized. He didn't think that it had much use. He didn't understand why Xiao He was so interested in it. This is fun. If I cultivate it successfully, not only can I transform into a human, but I can also transform into any divine beast. It's not bad to use it to scare people. Xiao He was enjoying it. His small eyes were filled with a fiery light. Then he said excitedly, Boss, if I cultivate it successfully, what do you think I will become? Hee, think about it slowly. Li Bai has come out. I'm afraid that we have arrived at the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Yi Qinghan sensed that countless warriors had started to gather at the stone door outside. And the stone door in front had opened quietly. Calculating the time, Jiang Yi guessed that they should have arrived at the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. That bet with Li Shui was about to start. In the past 2 weeks, Li Shui didn't let anyone continue to fight with her. It was probably because she wanted everyone to follow her out. Carrying Xiao He, Jiang Yi glanced at Yi Yao Rao, who was still cultivating. He stood up and walked out. We have reached the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Young Mistress has ordered that you can follow her out to kill god bandits. Of course, those who don't want to go out can continue to stay inside. This divine armor is absolutely safe. If you want to go out together, follow me out later. Li Bai saw that Yi Qinghan had come out. She smiled and nodded at him. Then, she said something nonchalantly and walked into the stone door in a flash. In a short while, She brought Li Shuer and 2 elders out. Li Shuer was lying in Li Shuer's arms and looking at Xiao He provocatively. Battle God Han Yi, let's go first. Li Shuer's eyes flashed with a cold light as she stared at Yi Qinghan. If looks could kill, Yi Qinghan would have died countless times over. Seeing Qinghan nod, one of the elders brought Li Shuer and Yi Qinghan and teleported away. Following Yi Qinghan's departure, countless people's eyes started to twinkle. Wandering Battle God and the 2 martial artists exchanged a look and nodded at the same time. A moment later, more than 20 people spoke up, requesting to go out and kill God bandits together. They were carrying out Lu Chun's secret orders. However, if they continued to stay inside the divine pangolin armor, they wouldn't have any chance. Now, they might be able to seize this chance to assassinate Yi Qinghan. I want to sign up too. Once Wandering Battle God and the others signed up, countless other martial artists followed suit. They had been inside the divine pangolin armor for almost a year. What's more, it had been an extremely difficult year. Now that they finally had a chance to go out and vent their frustrations, how could they let it go? Most importantly, they saw that the 3 5th-grade war gods inside the divine pangolin armor were going to follow them out. Following a formidable martial artist was definitely safer than staying inside the divine pangolin armor. Chapter 631. In the vast mountains, a huge black hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, a huge beast's head appeared in the hole. This huge beast then opened its huge red mouth, and a few figures appeared in it. Immediately afterwards, a continuous stream of cultivators emerged from the giant mouth and stood quietly on a piece of flat ground outside. Isn't the Phoenix Dawn mountain range filled with god bandits? Why don't I see any god bandits? Li Shuer was carrying a small white beast. She was still wearing a snow-white palace dress, as well as a snow-white waistcoat. On the waistcoat, the deep cleavage was still incomparably alluring. She watched as everyone walked out of the huge beast's mouth. The divine pangolin armor disappeared on the ground again, and the black hole closed up. She scanned with her divine senses and looked at the elder beside her in surprise. Young mistress, the 3 of us are 5th-grade war gods. With such strong auras, even if there are god bandits, they would have long fled in fear. Who would dare to provoke us? The elder beside her smiled and then exchanged a look with Li Bai. The strong and domineering aura on his body started to weaken. Finally, when they used their divine senses to check, they felt that he was just like a god general realm martial artist. This made all the martial artists present sigh. All right, let's split up now. I will be in a group. Li He and Li Hong will follow me. I will bring half of the war gods over here. Li Bai, you will bring the Hanya battle god and the other half to the other side. We will meet here in 3 days. Li Bai and the other 2 war gods were witnesses. Of course, the accompanying war gods could attack, but the 3 of them could only attack as a last resort. Does the Hanya battle god have any other questions? Li Shuer's eyes flashed with an eerie coldness as she stared at Yi Qinghan. The corners of her lips curled up in disdain. She had always thought that Yi Qinghan had launched a sneak attack on her that day and she had been too careless. What's more, the snow god whip had been refined for such a long time, and its power was many times stronger than before. She believed that there should be no suspense this time. After Li Shuer finished speaking, the 70 to 80 war gods behind her all looked at Yi Qinghan in unison, secretly shocked. From Li Shuer's words, it seemed as though they had come out to kill god bandits this time around because Yi Qinghan was competing with Li Shuer. What was the status of war god Han Yi? Why did Li Shuer hate him so much, yet he treated her so well? Why did he want to compete with him this time? Alright. Yi Qinghan knew that Li Shuer had told him this through Li Shuer. Yi Qinghan sensed the wandering war god and the 20 or so people that Lu Chun had sent sneakily behind him. Yi Qinghan smirked and nodded. He looked at Li Shuer and said, "All right, I'll see you here 3 days later." Li Shuer snorted coldly, and brought her men to walk forward quickly. In a short while, they had already disappeared into the dense forest ahead. "Senior Li, let's go." Yi Qinghan looked at the wandering war god, Kong Luo, Gu Yang, and the others behind him. He nodded at Li Bai, who was beside him, and leaped forward into the forest on the right. "My lord, be careful of the wandering war god and his men. I think they were planted by Lu Chun, and their goal is to kill the 3 of us." As they walked, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a voice transmission. He turned his head and realized that it was Gu Yang's voice transmission. Kong Luo also shot him a warning look. He knew that the two of them must have realized that something was amiss, and that was why they had been following him. They were afraid that the wandering war god would secretly attack them. Zhang Yi smiled and didn't explain much as he hurried forward. The group of people advanced fearlessly in the forest. Because of Li Bai's presence, everyone was very relaxed. It was as though this wasn't the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range, but the Phoenix Dance City. There were indeed many god bandits in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. Not long after, a group of martial artists emerged from the forest. There were more than 10 of them. However, when they saw that this group of people were all dressed in war god attire, and most importantly, they sensed that there was a god king realm expert among them, they immediately fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dense forest. The group was unfamiliar with this place and didn't dare to chase after them. They continued to advance. Within 2 hours, they met another 3 groups of people. However, after they checked out the group situation, they immediately fled. This? Yi Qinghan touched his nose and didn't understand. There was clearly a group of God King Realm formidable martial artists, but they also fled the moment they saw them. This made Yi Qinghan extremely puzzled. At the same time, he was extremely depressed. If they couldn't even kill one person, wouldn't they lose for sure? Senior Li, what is going on? Why isn't anyone coming to kill us? Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only turn and ask Li Bai for guidance. Kiki. Li Bai smiled slightly as he scanned the war god robes that everyone was wearing and said, "There are more than 10 of us, and all of us are wearing the war god robes. They think that we are definitely here on some kind of mission. Since we are on a mission, and we are in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range, which is filled with god bandits, there will definitely be experts accompanying us. The Battle God Pavilion will not send battle gods to their deaths for no reason. Furthermore, the cultivators here all look so weak. That can only mean one thing. With a super expert in disguise, who would dare to send themselves to their deaths?" "I see. In that case, Senior Li and brothers, please change out of your war god robes. Otherwise, we can only take advantage of them." Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly as he cupped his hands at the group. Everyone silently changed out of their robes and continued to advance. As they walked, Yi Qinghan started to chat with Li Bai. This Li Bai was a 5th grade war god, and his skills were definitely above the god the Arch realm. It was also a kind of opportunity to chat with such a formidable martial artist. They might be able to realize something. "Senior Li, why are there so many god bandits in this Phoenix Glow Mountain Range? Is there no one who can come and wipe them out? I remember that the Battle God Pavilion has a mission to wipe out god bandits." The group behind Yi Qinghan was also very interested in this question. It was just that they didn't dare to ask. Now that Yi Qinghan had asked this question, everyone pricked up their ears and started to listen carefully. Even though the wandering battle god understood a little, he still listened very seriously and looked like he was being taught a lesson. God bandits were divided into light bandits and secret bandits. Light bandits were usually martial artists who had violated the iron rules of the divine realm and were not accepted by the cities. They could only wander the wilderness and become god bandits. When they became stronger and had more divine stones, they could use them to wash away their crimes in secret. Secret bandits were those who did not seem to have any criminal laws on the surface, but they often killed and robbed people in secret. The divine realm's formidable martial artists were supreme. Once they left the cities, they could kill people as they wished as long as they did not leave behind any evidence. Hence, there were many secret bandits. Any martial artist who left the cities would be considered a god bandit if they covered their faces. The divine realm was very strict with light bandits. As long as they were found in the cities, they would be killed without mercy. Furthermore, the divine realm would also send out the prefecture army and issue missions for formidable martial artists to kill the light bandits that gathered outside the cities. God bandits in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range were so rampant, and they seemed to be famous in the divine realm. Was this a publicly acknowledged fact? This was very abnormal. Hence, Yi Qinghan had asked this question. Li Bai looked at the respectful faces of the crowd and enjoyed their attitude. He paused and looked to the north of the mountain range. After a long time he slowly said, "The god bandits in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range are famous in the Misty Continent. More than 10 years ago, there was even a 7th grade war god martial artist who proclaimed himself king here. Not to mention the countless secret bandits here, Even the light bandits that escaped from the divine realm number in the hundreds of thousands. What's more, there are many famous martial artists among them. Of course, the divine realm would often carry out killings in this place. However, the terrain here is very unique. No matter how many formidable martial artists they send out, they would not be able to kill all the bandits here. Or rather, the formidable martial artists that come to carry out the killings do not even dare to enter the depths of the Phoenix Glow mountain range. Hence, there are more and more god bandits here. Chapter 632. Why not? Could it be that there are monsters in the Phoenix Glow mountain range? Or powerful demonic beasts? Could it be that the cleaners don't dare to enter? However, if there are powerful demonic beasts, these god bandits wouldn't dare to enter either. Why doesn't the divine world send a 7th grade war god to clean them up? Wouldn't that be easy? Li Bai's words made Yi Qinghan and the others even more confused. No matter what kind of powerful demonic beast you have, if the realm of immortals were to send a palace master or an 8th grade war god, they would be able to flatten the Phoenix Cloud mountain range by themselves. These repeated failures were a clear slap to the faces of the nearby absolute formidable martial artists. How could they tolerate a group of god bandits openly occupying their territory? How could they tolerate a group of god bandits openly occupying their territory? No. There are very few demonic beasts in the Phoenix Glow mountain range. Have you seen any along the way? With so many god bandits, no matter how many demonic beasts there are, they would all be killed. 8th grade war god? Humph, the stronger the martial experts are, the more they wouldn't dare to go near this place. Even the legendary 9th grade war god wouldn't dare to go near the center of the Phoenix Glow mountain range. What? Li Bai's words completely shocked Yi Qinghan and the rest. To them, high-level war gods were existences that they could only look up to. Even an 8th grade war god was a top-notch martial expert in the divine world, let alone a 9th grade war god. Yet, they didn't dare to go near the center of the Phoenix Glow mountain range? What exactly was in the center of the mountain range? Senior, is it because of the existence of the sealed god valley? At this time, the wandering war god suddenly asked. He had heard a few war gods talking about it before, but he didn't dare to believe it. Now he asked in shock. Indeed, because there is a valley in the Phoenix Glow mountain range, or rather, a deep pit, a bottomless pit. The divine world calls it the Sealed God Valley. This Sealed God Valley is one of the divine world's 4 perilous lands. In fact, it is ranked 2nd. Li Bai glanced at the wandering battle god and nodded slightly. He continued, because of the existence of the Sealed God Valley, there are more and more god bandits here. Every once in a while, the Sealed God Valley will spit out countless spirit fruits. These spirit fruits are all very rare in the divine domain. Each of them can be exchanged for tens of millions of divine stones, or even billions of divine stones. There was once a martial artist who obtained a mutant fruit and auctioned it for a sky-high price of 90 billion. Therefore, there would be countless martial artists coming here every day to search for spirit fruits, or to kill martial artists to snatch spirit fruits. He fantasized about obtaining a rare spiritual fruit and exchanging it for a large number of god stones, so that he could buy a house in the city and cultivate in peace. He would never have to go out and take risks again. It was just that the conferred God Valley could only spit out so many spirit fruits each time. However, there were countless god bandits and martial artists here. Where would they find such a good opportunity to try their luck? Even if you were lucky enough to obtain a spirit fruit, do you think you'd be able to avoid all the attacks and safely return to the nearest nether city that's 500,000 kilometers away? You are right, Senior. The greatest weakness of humans is greed. However, if humans are not greedy, they will not be enterprising. A world that is not enterprising will become lifeless. This is a very contradictory fact. Yi Qinghan flattered Li Bai without leaving any trace. Everyone began to move forward slowly, continuing to listen to Li Bai's explanation. There are 2 sides to every coin. This depends on how well an individual handles it. Li Bai looked at Yi Qinghan with admiration and continued, "All right, let's go back to the original topic. The number of god bandits in the Phoenix Glow mountain range is increasing. Of course, to the prefecture heads nearby, this is a matter of shame. They have also sent out countless formidable martial artists to exterminate the bandits. However, after a few rounds of extermination, countless formidable martial artists have gone missing. After a 7th grade war god from Beacon Smoke Prefecture went missing, No other formidable martial artists dared to accept this mission to exterminate the bandits. After that, 3 prefecture heads personally came to investigate. However, after a round of investigation, they quietly left and never mentioned anything about exterminating the god bandits in this area. This has something to do with the Conferred God Valley? This Conferred God Valley is so terrifying? Yi Qinghan asked softly. Li Bai's eyes revealed slight fear. He looked to the north and said, "The second most dangerous place in the divine realm, of course it is terrifying. This deep pit had an invisible magic. It didn't matter if you were a heavenly god, a god emperor, or even a 7th grade war god. As long as you got close to the deep pit, you would be sucked in by the strong suction force of the deep pit. Up until now, 4 7th grade war gods from the immortal world had been sucked in, and countless god emperors had been sucked in. Most importantly, none of them had ever come out. Not even one." "Chi!" everyone gasped. No wonder this Conferred God Valley was called the Conferred God Valley. Even a 7th grade war god could not come out. The Conferred God Valley truly lived up to its name. Who knew what was in that deep pit? Did those formidable martial artists who were sucked in die, or what? Also, this Conferred God Valley spat out spirit fruits from time to time. Didn't this mean that there were countless spirit fruits inside? What kind of world was inside? However, no one wanted to explore it, and no one dared to. Li Bai was satisfied with everyone's shocked expression. He paused for a moment and continued, "There are countless caves and tunnels in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Some were dug by martial artists, and some were formed naturally. Some of the tunnels lead to the entrance of the Conferred God Valley. Once you walk into one of these tunnels, you might be sucked into the Conferred God Valley. The god bandits here have a rough idea of which are the paths of life and which are the paths of death. Every time there are formidable martial artists who come to clean them up, they will lure these formidable martial artists into the tunnels. Then they will think of a way to make them walk the path of death and be sucked into the Conferred God Valley. Hence, no one dares to clean up the god bandits here. After all, even formidable martial artists are afraid of death. They will not throw their lives away for some mission points and divine stones. All of you must remember, once you feel a weak suction force, you must immediately turn around and leave. Otherwise, if you walk another 100 meters, you will definitely be sucked into the Conferred God Valley. By then, even a divine emperor or a supreme martial artist would not be able to save you." Everyone nodded their heads and kept this in mind. This was no joke. Although they did not know what was inside the Conferred God Valley, a place that even a 7th grade war god could not walk out of was definitely a land of death. "My lord, you said that no one dares to clean up the god bandits. However, I remember that more than 10 years ago, a 7th grade war god from the Leitang family of the Longyang prefecture led a group of people to clean up the god bandits. However, this expert seemed to have disappeared. It seems like he has been sucked into the Conferred God Valley." The wandering battle god suddenly thought of something and said. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The Leitang family was Nyo Fireworks' family. Although he knew that he would not be able to meet Nyo Firework again, he still paid some attention when he heard about the Leitang family. Li Bai snorted coldly and looked at the wandering battle god with dissatisfaction. He said mockingly, "Humph! He is the stupidest genius in the history of the Leitang family. He reached the 7th grade war god realm in 100,000 years. Instead of staying in the family to cultivate, he liked to go on adventures all day long. Didn't he end up in the Conferred God Valley? Does he really think that he is invincible just because he is a 7th grade expert?" After the Leijin War immortal was trapped in the Conferred God Valley, the old bastard of the Leitang family was so angry that he almost killed all the experts of the Leitang family. He is the disciple with the most potential in the history of the Leitang family. He is a genius who could possibly reach the 8th grade war god realm. He could even break through the last step and become a 9th grade war god. However, he is trapped in the Conferred God Valley, and his life is uncertain. Leijin War immortal. When Yi Qinghan heard this name, his eyes lit up. Didn't Nyo Firework say that his father was the Leijin War immortal? He didn't expect his father to be a 7th grade expert and to be trapped in the Conferred God Valley. It was no wonder that Nyo Firework's status in the family plummeted. It must be because his father was trapped in the Conferred God Valley. Some of the old bastards in the family didn't like to see her. Seeing her reminded them of the Leijin War immortal. This also caused Nyo Firework to be forced to leave Longyang City and go to the Huihua tribe. Chapter 633. Alright, Your prey is here. 2 first-stage God King martial artists and more than 100 God generals dared to come and kill us? God bandits nowadays are really rampant. Li Bai suddenly turned his head and looked to the left as he sighed in disdain. God bandits are here? Everyone's spirits were lifted. With Li Bai around, everyone could easily kill martial artists and earn divine stones and divine crystals. If they were not careful, they might even obtain a rare spirit fruit. That would be a great fortune. Everyone's god powers surged as they drew their weapons and locked onto the forest on the left. Swish! Countless air-piercing sounds rang out as countless black figures suddenly appeared from the forest on the left. They were all dressed in black armor and had black scarves covering their faces. Only their eyes could be seen. One look was enough to tell that they were secret bandits. This group of people did not waste any more words as all their god powers surged and charged towards the group. The 2 formidable martial artists in the lead glowed with yellow god powers as their terrifying aura made it hard for Yi Qinghan and company to breathe. Let's do it! Li Bai took a step forward as he stood in front of the group, and the pressure on them was instantly lifted. He didn't even look at the 2 long sabers that were slashing towards his head. Instead, he turned his head and said to Yi Qinghan and the others indifferently. Just when the chi waves from the 2 long blades were about to slash Li Bai's body, Li Bai suddenly waved his hand indifferently. A formless stream of air rushed out from his sleeves, and those 2 long blades instantly broke into pieces. At the same time, those 2 god kings seemed to have been hit by a 10,000 gene heavy object, as they flew out in a straight line. Their chests had clearly caved in, and their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Kill! Wandering battle gods saw that the 2 god kings were severely injured and that no one in this group of god bandits was a match for him. He knew that this was a great opportunity for him to get rich as he raised the spear in his hand and charged forward first. Kill! Kong Luo's eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight as he was the second to charge forward. Countless other martial artists followed suit as well. However, Yi Qinghan was the last one to charge forward. The 100-odd god bandits on the other side had originally followed the 2 god kings and charged over excitedly. They did not expect that the 2 god kings would be severely injured the moment they met. The opponent's warrior was like a ferocious tiger rushing down the mountain. While he was greatly shocked, he hurriedly picked up the weapon in his hand to fight. However, as he fought, he quickly retreated. While the other party's morale was low, Xiao Chen's side could attack without fear. Countless cultivators killed to their heart's content, feeling extremely delighted. However, a moment later, everyone was shocked to discover that even though they were all peak divine generals, they could not compare to the speed of a first-layer divine general martialist. This Han Yi Darren really hides his strength. When Xiao Chen swung his staff, a peak divine general cultivator could not dodge and got his head and upper body smashed into mush. When he turned his head, he saw Yi Qinghan moving around like a ghost. Every time a purple light flashed, and every time the white soft sword in his hand swept out, a martial artist would die. Yi Qinghan's killing speed was several times faster than his. He couldn't help but lament that his judgment was indeed correct. This Han Yi War Immortal was truly savage. It is indeed him. That's right, young Master Lu Ji was killed by him. The wandering battle god and the martial artist sent by Lu Chun all looked at Yi Qinghan with twinkling eyes. Lu Chun's judgment was indeed correct. This Han Yi War Immortal could kill martial artists so easily. What's more, he had a direct conflict with Lu Ji. That was definitely right. Of course, there were also martial artists who started cursing in their hearts. This Han Yi War Immortal never fought head-on. He made use of his strange footwork to move around the battlefield and specifically targeted the weaker god bandits. Alright, let's forget about this. However, why did you have to stick your nose into a god bandit who was half dead when others were killing him? Wasn't he obviously robbing them of their divine stones? However, countless people didn't dare to voice their anger. After all, Li Bai, who had a close relationship with the Han Yi War Immortal, was standing beside them. They could only curse in their hearts and continue to rush towards the few remaining martial artists. Not bad, not bad. This soul-type skill is very strong. It seems like the outcome of the battle between Lady Xuer and you is still unknown. In less than an hour, more than half of the god bandits on the battlefield had been killed. The remaining ones had all escaped. Of the 2 god king formidable martial artists, one had been killed by the wandering battle god, and the other had escaped. After Li Bai attacked once, he stood at the side and watched everyone else perform. It was obvious that he wasn't interested in a battle of this level. Although there were more than 100 god bandits this time, there were only slightly more than 10 peak stage god general formidable martial artists. The rest were second and third stage god generals. The 2 god king formidable martial artists were severely injured, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. On the other hand, on Yi Qinghan's side, besides Yi Qinghan, the others were all peak stage god generals. The difference in their skills was huge. It was easy for him to kill them. When Li Bai saw that everyone had finished packing, he smiled and said, Han Yi War Immortal has killed 18 second stage god generals and 16 third stage god generals. Everyone, please bear witness. Once you are done packing, let's go and continue to kill god bandits. These 3 days can be considered an additional reward for all of you. Let's go. The 40-odd martial artists all had their own gains as they happily followed Li Bai and rushed forward. These god bandits really had divine stones. Every martial artist's interspatial ring had a lot of divine stones in it, and everyone had an unexpected windfall. And this was just 1 kill. If they continued to kill for 3 days, how much would they gain? After continuing forward for a short moment, Li Bai suddenly stopped moving as his divine sense shot out ahead, and he frowned upon inspecting it. Hundreds of god bandits? And dozens of god king formidable martial artists? When everyone heard Li Bai's words, they all tensed up. Dozens of god king formidable martial artists. No matter how strong Li Bai was, he couldn't possibly protect all of them, right? At that time, a casual strike from a god king would be enough to wipe out half of the several dozen people present instantly. Forget it. You guys can't handle this group of people. I will scare them away. After a moment, Li Bai sighed. Then, the suppressed aura on his body was suddenly released, and he released it forward without holding back at all. This was the first time Yi Qinghan felt a 5th-grade war god releasing his aura without reservation. He felt like he was a small boat in a storm. Under Li Bai's imposing aura, he felt like the boat could be destroyed at any time. It wasn't just him. Even the wandering battle god's face turned extremely pale. These 5th-grade war gods were all God the Arch formidable martial artists. When God the Arch formidable martial artists released their aura without reservation, ordinary martial artists with weaker skills would be suppressed to death by this aura. The good thing was that Li Bai's aura was short-lived. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan's blood vessels would have burst. God the Arch formidable martial artists? Let's go! The hundreds of people who were advancing in the distance suddenly stopped in midair. After which, a leader's expression darkened. He quietly cursed in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, the group rushed to the other side. Rumble! Yi Qinghan felt his body relax. His divine sense detected that the experts in the distance had started to change direction. He was about to spit out a mouthful of turbid air. But at this time, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. The trembling became more and more violent. He felt like he would fall to the ground if he didn't control his body. He couldn't help but look at Li Bai with an ashen face. What's going on? All the martial artists' faces changed. There was no such thing as an earthquake in the divine realm. Normally, when the ground trembled, it was either a battle between experts who cultivated the law of earth or a battle between powerful demonic beasts. Such a strong tremor. Just how strong were the martial artists fighting? If they were affected by the shock waves of such a battle, they would be finished. Don't panic. I'm afraid the sealed God Valley has started to spit out spirit fruits. Everyone, gather around me. I'm afraid the warriors of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range will start to kill crazily. Everyone, be careful. Li Bai's face was still shaken. He released the divine stones without limit and then said indifferently. Swish. It's a blowout. Everyone fight for the spirit fruits. Kill. Those who block me will die. A moment later, countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. Groups of martial artists could be seen flying in the sky. They were all flying towards the center of the mountain range. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of them. Some were strong, some were weak. However, most of them were god generals and god kings. There were very few God the Arch formidable martial artists. Everyone released their aura and were full of killing intent. Chapter 634. The tremors on the ground were getting more and more severe, and there were more and more martial artists in the sky. However, none of them dared to get close to the center of the mountain range. Instead, they formed a huge circle and stared excitedly at the center of the mountain range. At the same time, their divine powers surged as they were secretly on guard against the nearby martial artists. So many formidable martial artists. Their auras are so terrifying. There are probably many the arch-formidable martial artists. What's more, the divine aura of the Phoenix Dawn mountain range is already terrifyingly dense. Everyone hurriedly gathered around Li Bai as they widened their eyes and stared at the increasing number of martial artists in midair. They were all shocked. There were indeed many god bandits in the Phoenix Glow mountain range. Putting everything else aside, just the number of martial artists standing in midair alone was already more than 100,000. In addition, there were even more martial artists hidden in the shadows. Is there anyone among you who wants to snatch the fruits? If there is, you can leave now. If you don't leave, don't participate in the snatching later. Otherwise, if anyone dares to take action, I will be the first to kill him. Li Bai's expression became slightly serious as he scanned the crowd. The cold light in his eyes made no one dare to doubt his words. Originally, there were still some martial artists dreaming of a chance to interfere. Now, no one dared to have such a thought. After all, without Li Bai's protection, even if so many formidable martial artists managed to snatch the fruits, they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. All right, remember my words. Everyone, follow me now. Let's find a cave and hide from the first round of killing. Later on, everyone must listen to my orders. If you don't blame me for being impolite. Li Bai said coldly once again as he took the lead and started to run forward quietly. Everyone exchanged a look as they felt the seriousness of the situation. However, in their hearts, they were extremely puzzled. Would these god bandits all go crazy later on? Kill everyone on sight? Swish! Abruptly, the ground shook violently as countless seven-colored light shadows shot out from the center of the mountain range in all directions. Their speed was frightening. Countless martial artists were sent flying by these light shadows. Some were even pierced through. A portion of these light figures were directly grabbed by powerful cultivators, while the rest of them entered the dense forest of the Phoenix Cloud mountain range. Waha! There are actually so many strange fruits this time. Snatch them. I did not snatch the strange fruits. Why are you all chasing after me? Who dares to stop me? This spirit fruit is mine. Kill. In just an instant, countless martial artists pounced towards the ground. Once a martial artist snatched the exotic fruit, he would be besieged by countless martial artists. In an instant, the martial artists in the sky who had snatched the exotic fruit were besieged by countless martial artists. For a moment, there were sounds of killing and explosions from the collision of divine powers everywhere. The entire Phoenix Cloud mountain range was in a riot. Ah! There's a fruit up ahead. A rainbow-colored silhouette happened to fly not far in front of them. With such a fast speed, the silhouette directly sank into the soil, but there was still a faint rainbow-colored light leaking out. The moment everyone saw this, their eyes started burning up. Li Bai had said that the mutant fruits here had unique miraculous uses. Every single one of them was worth at least 10 million godstones and above. If it was a precious mutant fruit, it might even be able to be auctioned off for tens of billions of godstones. Of course, even though everyone's eyes were burning with desire, no one dared to move. Because Li Bai didn't even take a look at that strange fruit, and directly turned and walked towards the other side. Everyone could only blink their eyes embarrassedly and quickly followed him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black silhouette popped out and grabbed the mutant fruit on the ground. After that, it charged straight for Yi Qinghan and the rest. Get lost! Li Bai swept a glance at this martial artist, but his eyes swept behind him. His expression suddenly became incomparably enraged. His hand spat out an incomparably domineering blue stream of air, shooting towards that martial artist like lightning. But that martial artist's expression turned aghast the moment he saw it. The figure that was charging over instantly started to turn illusory, and then actually started rolling on the ground. In the end, he was still swept by the aftershock of Li Bai's attack, and was sent flying. But the moment this martial artist was sent flying, he climbed up right away and started fleeing towards the distance. Everyone, we didn't obtain the mutant fruit. If you dare to attack, we won't be courteous anymore. But Li Bai did not bother about that martial artist who escaped. Instead, his aura surged as he shouted towards the front. Everyone was rather baffled. But when their divine senses detected that a group of martial artists suddenly appeared in front, and their faces were filled with killing intent as they rushed towards their side, only then did they instantly startle awake. Especially when they saw that there was actually a martial artist with an aura similar to Li Bai in the front of the team, all of their complexions turned incomparably pale. There is a cave 3,000 meters to the right. You all go in immediately and wait for me inside. Li Bai saw that the other party did not believe his words at all, and still rushed over here. He sighed bitterly and transmitted a message to everyone. Then, one of them shot forward, and a huge long axe appeared in his hand out of thin air. He rushed towards the other party without any cowardice. Go! Yi Qinghan gave a low shout, and secretly complained. Li Bai was not by his side, and Wandering War God could make a move against him at any time. But at this moment, they had no choice but to leave. Otherwise, in a battle of this level, if they and the others were casually affected, then it would be game over. Go! Wandering War God also gave a low shout to the martial artist beside him. In this kind of situation, even he did not have the slightest confidence in escaping unscathed. Of course, he could not care about completing Lu Chun's task. He first had to protect his life. More than 40 martial artists speed soared to the limit, and they rushed towards the entrance that Li Bai had mentioned. At the same time, their divine senses swept in that direction, and after running for a moment, they easily locked on to that cave entrance. Without any hesitation, they directly rushed inside. Because Sealed God Valley had spat out the spirit fruit, it had already turned into a big chaotic battle. If they stayed outside, they would only fall into an endless chaotic battle. Why didn't this Li Bai bring us back into the pangolin armor? F***ck. Playing like this will kill us. As Yi Qinghan ran, he secretly transmitted a message to the empty Gu Yang. The three of them stayed close to each other, guarding each other against the martial artists around them. At this moment, he could not care about his bet with Li Shui. In such a chaotic situation, survival was the first priority. The group of people entered the cave, but did not dare to run around. They only went in for a few dozen meters before stopping. Li Bai had said that many of the passages inside were dead ends. In this kind of situation, who would dare to run around? After everyone hid inside, their divine powers were still surging, and their divine senses kept sweeping around, probing the situation outside and inside the passage. At the same time, they were also on guard against their own people's sneak attacks. Xiao He, come out! Yi Qinghan secretly summoned Xiao He and let him hide in his sleeve. As long as the wandering god of war dared to attack, Yi Qinghan could only let Xiao He block the attack and activate the ancient necklace on his neck. Even if he used the slaughter god blade, he was not confident that he could protect himself against a god-king martial artist. Previously, in the Baleful Een stream, Qing Yao was a peak god general, but because the distance was too far and his reaction was fast, he managed to escape. If Qing Yao was lucky enough to escape, this wandering god king would most likely be able to escape as well. It was not important that he managed to escape. What was important was that there were so many god emperors outside, and they would definitely sense the aura of the slaughter god blade. At that time, it would be troublesome. Lord Devour was so strong, and she was famous in the divine world for killing people. The item she left for Xiao He was so powerful, and it was definitely not an ordinary item. Activating this necklace would not only kill the wandering god of war, but it could also scare the experts nearby. Chapter 635. However, it was clear that Wandering War God didn't want to make a move at this moment. He just stood there quietly with a group of martial artists, watching the situation around. Of course, he didn't dare to make a move. After all, Li Bai could come in at any time. Yi Qinghan and Li Bai had a close relationship. He didn't want to court death. As expected. Not long after, Li Bai rushed in. His figure was elegant and his face was calm. He didn't seem to be injured at all. He swept his eyes across the crowd and waved his hand lightly, indicating for everyone to follow him. Then, he rushed into the passage inside. Senior Li, why don't we return to the pangolin armor and leave this place? Yi Qinghan's heart calmed down. He followed Li Bai and rushed forward. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Li Bai and asked in confusion. First, it's too chaotic outside. If you run around outside, even I don't have the confidence to protect you. Second, the pangolin armor is thousands of miles underground. The jade talisman controlling the pangolin armor is in the hands of young Mississippi. If we want to go back, we can only find young Miss first. Young Miss must have entered the cave under the protection of Li He and Li Bai. We are going to meet up with them now. As Li Bai sprinted, he took out a translucent jade talisman and glanced at it, then directly dashed towards a passageway on the left of the fork in the road ahead. After that, he transmitted his voice over to answer Yi Qinghan's doubts. As for the others, he couldn't be bothered to be long-winded. So it's like this. Senior Li, if we rush like this, won't we walk into a dead end? Yi Qinghan reminded him with some worry when he saw that Li Bai had passed by a few forks in the road. He didn't even give it a second thought before directly choosing a path and running madly. Sealed God Valley has just erupted. At this time, the suction force is the strongest. Moreover, it will be continuous. It won't be like usual where it will suddenly come and catch you off guard. These 2 days, the suction force is too strong. You can feel it from far away. So, as long as you feel the suction force, retreat immediately. It will definitely be fine. Li Bai clearly had a detailed understanding of Sealed God Valley. After explaining to Yi Qinghan, he didn't say anything else and started running. Half an hour later, Li Bai, who was sprinting, suddenly stopped in his tracks. As he stopped too abruptly, he almost collided with the few war gods behind him. Looking at Li Bai's gloomy expression, everyone knew that there were definitely martial artists rushing over. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, there should be at least a God Emperor expert. Otherwise, Li Bai's expression wouldn't be so bad. You guys run back and leave a sign for me at the fork. I'll hold them off first. 2 God Emperors. Damn it, what bad luck. Li Bai growled at everyone as his god power surged out violently as he charged forward. When everyone heard this, they were so frightened that they started to run back the way they came. 2 God Emperors, even if Li Bai was able to hold on, he probably wouldn't be able to win. Then, if one of the God Emperors were to catch up to him, he would be dead meat. Run, run, run. Everyone was like a bull in heat, running wildly toward the back. When they encountered a fork in the road, the wandering god of war, who was running at the front, would stop and use his weapon to quickly draw the shape of a mountain god's armor on the road. Then, he would continue to run wildly for half an hour before he stopped. After running so far, it should be fine, right? Since Li Bai wasn't around, the wandering god of war became the leader of everyone. He waved his hand and asked everyone to stop. After walking for so long, they had already passed through countless forks. Even if the 2 God Emperors wanted to chase after them, they would probably lose them, right? Damn it. Do these God Emperors have nothing better to do? Why didn't they go up to snatch the spirit fruits? Why did they run to the underground cave? Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly and cursed in a low voice. Everyone didn't dare to continue running. Just now, they were in a moment of desperation and escaping was more important. But now, they didn't dare to run recklessly. If they walked into a dead end and got sucked into Sealed God Valley, they would be finished. Damn it! Run! Suddenly, the wandering god of war's body suddenly tensed up as he looked behind him in fear. Then, he let out a loud roar and ignored everyone as he ran forward crazily. Everyone was stunned. Then, they felt countless domineering auras coming from behind them. They were all shocked. These auras were obviously at the God King realm. In this god-forsaken place, the passages were narrow and there was killing everywhere. Once they encountered them, there would be no reasoning. They would just kill them directly. Dog *T. Yi Qinghan felt bitter in his heart. If he knew that this god-forsaken place would be in chaos, he definitely wouldn't have arranged a dog *T competition with Li Shui. Out of everyone in the team, he was the one with the lowest cultivation level. Even if he had realized the formless wind and his speed had increased by several times, he was still the slowest in the team. At this moment, everyone was running for their lives. Who would care about him? Hence, Yi Qinghan gradually started to hang at the back. And the outcome of hanging at the back was that once the god bandits caught up to him, he would be the first to die. The group didn't hesitate at all and didn't continue to leave any signs at the forks. At this moment, who would dare to stay? What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan's divine senses detected that the auras behind him were getting closer and closer. They were at most a few hundred meters away. His flexible sword was already in his hand, and he asked Xiao He to be ready at any time. If he really had no choice, he could only let Xiao He hold on for now. If he still couldn't hold on, he could only use the Slaughter God blade to fight for his life. As for the carefree pavilion, He didn't dare to use it here. After all, who knew if there were god thearchs or god kings nearby? Who knew if they had the ability to seal the carefree pavilion's spatial door? If they had the ability, not only would he be finished, even the fire dragon continent would have to suffer. It was a known fact that the carefree pavilion still had a spatial door that was connected to the Yi family castle's Cold Heart Pavilion. Damn it! I'm going all out. Xiaohei, get ready. As they turned into another fork in the road, Yi Qinghan could clearly sense the god bandits who were chasing after them. He could also clearly sense the murderous intent in the pair of cold eyes hidden behind the veil. Swish! However, just as Yi Qinghan was about to make a move, that person stopped at the fork. The god kings and god generals who were chasing after them also stopped at the fork. Seeing that they were just a short distance away from catching up, they actually stopped. Boss? Why aren't you chasing anymore? This group of people were all dressed in black armor and had masks over their faces. It was obvious that they were a group of secret bandits. Looking at the god king leading the group, Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you blind? Can't you see the hidden markings on this path? If you want to chase, go ahead." Humph, this is a dead end. Once we start fighting inside, the suction force will increase by a few times. By then we will all be finished. The god king leading the group slapped the god king and cursed angrily. After that, a vicious look appeared in his eyes as he said to one of the god kings beside him, "Damn it, we worked for nothing. Third brother, continue to chase for another 300 meters and then retreat. Remember not to chase too far. Send this group of people into the Seal God Valley to reunite with battle god Lei Zhen." Hee, all right. One of the black-armored formidable martial artists laughed sinisterly as he rushed towards the fork. Chapter 636. Yi Qinghan and the others were puzzled as to why this group of people did not continue to chase after them. Then, they felt a tyrannical aura rushing towards them from behind. They hurriedly increased their speed and continued to run forward. Kong Luo Guyang, stop. After running for 500 or 600 meters, Yi Qinghan felt that something was wrong. A faint suction force came from the front of the passageway, causing everyone to move even faster. Yi Qinghan thought of Li Bai's words and immediately became alert. He stopped in his tracks and immediately transmitted his voice to Kong Luo and Gu Yang. "What's wrong?" Kong Luo was the first to stop. As soon as he asked, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that his body was moving forward slowly. He was shocked and began to run back desperately. Gu Yang also reacted instantly and began to run back. It was not until he ran to Yi Qinghan's position that the suction was not so strong and he could stabilize his body. Stop! 100 meters in front of the passage, Wandering War God's divine sense was locked behind him. At this moment, he saw Yi Qinghan and the others suddenly stop. He finally realized that something was wrong. He quickly stopped and took out a long sword to stab the wall. Then he stomped on the wall and turned back the way he came. "Save me, brother Wandering, save me. I don't want to die, help!" The Wandering War God's shout surprised everyone. However, there were still 7 or 8 cultivators who did not stop in time. Their reactions were too slow and they continued to run forward. By the time they came to their senses, they found that the suction was very strong. They desperately wanted to run back, but they still could not resist the suction from the hole in front of them. His body kept moving forward, and his speed was getting faster and faster. After a short while, he disappeared in the passage in front of him. This is a dead end. Everyone looked at the dark hole in front of them and could not help but be shocked. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan stopped in time and Wandering War God shouted in time. If he had been a few seconds later, no one would have escaped and all of them would have been sucked in. "Lord Wandering War God, what should we do now?" Everyone's head started to hurt. The road ahead was a dead end. If they turned back, they would not know if the god bandits were still hiding behind them. At that moment, they were in a dilemma. The Wandering War God glanced coldly at Yi Qinghan, his eyes filled with blame and anger. He was very clear that this information was definitely told to him by Li Bai, but he didn't tell everyone. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been sucked in. With a sweep of his divine sense, the Wandering War God discovered that the God King's aura behind him had already disappeared. His eyes flickered as he said indifferently, "Wait. We'll wait here." Everyone's expressions turned bitter. Now that this group of god bandits had caused a ruckus, even if Li Bai managed to break out of the encirclement, he would not be able to find them by following their markings. Now, he could only bitterly wait here for a few days, wait for this crazy massacre to slowly calm down and stabilize. Only then would he dare to slowly think of a way to walk out and search for Li Bai and the others. Boom. Everyone retreated another 100 meters. When they felt that there was no longer any suction force on their bodies, they then sat down cross-legged quietly. Of course, they also started to use their divine senses to scan the surroundings. 1 hour later, the ground started to shake slightly again, and the passageway started to shake non-stop. As the ground shook, the passageway in front of them actually started to spit out a thick divine aura, causing everyone to be astonished. Mutated fruits. 2 mutated fruits are spat out. A martial artist suddenly shouted. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. The dozens of martial artists present all realized that the 2 rays of 7-colored light had spat out from the passageway in front of them. The passageway was originally dim. How could the 2 rays of 7-colored light not attract everyone's attention? However, no one dared to move. The 2 rays of light had directly entered the walls of the passageway, and that wall was not a safe distance. A few martial artists had been sucked in there just now. Although these 2 mutated fruits looked like they could be obtained easily and could be obtained as long as they went over, no one dared to gamble with their lives. Damn, these are mutated fruits. Maybe they are rare mutated fruits that can be sold for tens of billions of divine stones. A martial artist secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were fiery as he looked at the wall that was emitting a faint 7-colored light. As soon as his words fell, everyone's eyes lit up even more, but no one dared to make a move. The danger was one thing, but the most important thing was that even if he got it, would the martial artists present let him leave safely? Yi Qinghan's eyes did not look at the mutated fruits that were shining with a charming light. Instead, he kept his head slightly lowered, letting his figure hide in the darkness in the corner. At the same time, Kong Luo and Gu Yong also sat quietly beside him, keeping a low profile. It was not that the 3 of them did not think of escaping, but they were afraid that the wandering war god and the others would immediately make a move. At this moment, they did not make a move. Of course, the 3 of them did not dare to do anything to provoke them. Oh no! Yi Qinghan's divine senses were just quietly locking on the wandering war god and the others. At this moment, he felt that the wandering war god's lips were slightly moving. He began to feel anxious. After transmitting a few words to Kong Luo and Gu Yong, the 3 of them began to quietly move out of the passage, preparing to escape. Xiao! However, the wandering war god and the others had obviously locked on them with their divine senses. As soon as they moved, the passage behind them was immediately blocked by 7 or 8 martial artists. Moreover, all of them were surging with divine power, and the weapons in their hands were emitting waves of qi. They stared at the 3 of them maliciously. Han Yi, where do you want to go? The wandering war god stood up quietly and looked coldly at Yi Qinghan. His pair of eyes emitted a dark red light in the dim passage. We want to leave. Why? Can't we, wandering war god? Yi Qinghan stopped and did not hide. Instead, he stood up and shouted in a deep voice. The wandering war god smiled and said, Everyone came together, so it's better to leave together. Do you have any plans to leave alone? Haha, what plans can we have? I'm afraid that the wandering war god wants to take these 2 fruits for himself and is afraid that we will leak the news. Why do you want to silence us? Yi Qinghan glanced at the nervous martial artists nearby and made up his mind. There were only 23 people with the wandering war god, and there were more than 40 people in the field. They only had half of the number. If they instigated the martial artists to fight, they might have a chance to escape. Sure enough. As soon as Yi Qinghan said this, the martial artists in the field became even more nervous. They stood up one after another and began to secretly circulate their divine power. They were secretly on guard. Even some of the war gods sent by He Lu Chun began to feel nervous. This fruit was too valuable, and the wandering war god was the only divine king in the field. It was hard to guarantee that he had the idea of taking it for himself. If he wanted to take it for himself and not leak the news, he could only silence them by killing them. The wandering war god laughed and seemed to ignore the flickering eyes of the martial artists around him. He said calmly, Of course I want the fruit, but I won't take it for myself. Except for the 3 of them, everyone here has a share. If you don't believe me, We can make a divine emperor blood oath together. I won't make things difficult for the three of you. Han Yi, go and get the 2 fruits for me, and I will let you go. How about it? Chapter 637. Divine Emperor Blood Oath? The martial artists who were secretly guarding against the wandering god of war heaved a sigh of relief and turned their weapons to Yi Qing Han and the other 2. The Divine Emperor Blood Oath was the highest oath in the divine realm. The Divine Emperor was the supreme god that everyone in the divine realm believed in. It was said that the Divine Emperor was omnipotent and no one dared to go against his will. It was said that a 9th-grade invincible god of war didn't believe it and scolded the Divine Emperor in public. In the end, a bolt of destructive lightning struck down from the sky, blasting the invincible war god into smithereens. From then on, no one dared to make a joke out of the God Emperor's supremacy. The God Emperor Blood Oath became the highest oath in the God world. Damn! Lord Han Yi, what should we do? Kong Luo's eyes emitted a cold light. It was the cruel light of a lone wolf in a desperate situation. If Yi Qing Han wanted to make a move, he would definitely fight with his life. Don't be impulsive. When the fight really starts, the 2 of you should find a way to leave first and come back in an hour to protect me. Yi Qing Han tilted his head and sent a telepathic message to Kong Luo and Gu Yang. There were only 2 people he could trust here. After all, both of them were indebted to him. Most importantly, the 3 of them took the war god assessment together. Lu Chun should be suspicious of both of them. This meant that the 3 of them were in the same boat. He turned his head and looked at the 2 strange fruits. Then, he looked at the warriors and said, "These 2 strange fruits are not sure if they are rare or not. If they can only be sold for 20 million divine stones, how much can you get? In other words, even if you get the strange fruits, have you thought about it? Can you make it to the city alive? There are hundreds of thousands of god bandits outside. Without the pangolin armor, how can you escape? Once I die, Senior Li will never let you get the pangolin armor. And the only outcome for you is death. So if you want to live, come with me. I have a way to find Senior Li and the others." That's right. If Han Yi dies and we can't find the pangolin armor, everyone will die. Kong Luo hurriedly added. Once the situation was chaotic, they would have a chance to escape. Bullshit. The wandering war god sneered and interrupted Kong Luo's words. If you had a way to contact them, the old man wouldn't have asked us to leave a sign at the fork. Moreover, there are 2 emperor gods. Who knows if the old man is dead or not? Also, think about it, how long has it been? It hasn't even been a year. There are still 4 years left. Do you still want to continue to enjoy the torture of that perverted woman? After hearing Wandering War God's words, everyone thought of the perverted torture every 3 days. They couldn't help but shiver. However, someone still asked hesitantly, "Then Wandering War God, how do we go back to the city?" "How do we go back? This is simple." The Wandering War God said confidently, "Everyone just needs to wait here for a few months. After this chaos is over, we will sneak out quietly. Every once in a while, there will be people from the Battle God Pavilion coming to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain to carry out a mission. At that time, I just need to report to those lords that we were separated from our sugar daddy during the chaos in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain. They will naturally bring us back to the city." The Wandering War God didn't wait for anyone to reply. He looked at Yi Qing Han viciously again and said, "We have been tortured by that perverted woman for a year. Her subordinates are very strong, and we can't take revenge. This Han Yi battle god has a close relationship with that woman. We can only vent our anger on him. Whoever stands on his side will be my enemy. I will definitely kill him." Haha. Wanderer, don't be a whore and still want to set up a memorial arch. Yi Qing Han didn't get angry. Instead he laughed. It seemed that a war was inevitable. Instead of relying on those fence-sitters, it was better to trust the sword in his hand. Since he had made up his mind to fight, Yi Qing Han didn't stand on ceremony. He put away the flexible sword in his hand and grinned at the wandering war god and the martial artists behind him. "I am very curious. How much did Lu Chun secretly offer you for my head? But have you ever thought about why I'm worth so much money? Some bounties are not so easy to get." Yi Qing Han's words and unscrupulous attitude made the pupils of the wandering war god and the martial artists arranged by Lu Chun shrink. Indeed, Lu Chun offered a very high bounty, as long as they killed Yi Qing Han and brought his head back. Or, as long as they recorded the scene of killing him with a memory worm, they could immediately receive 10 billion godstones. 10 billion godstones was only a part of Lu Chun's wealth. But for the wandering war god and the others, it was a sky-high price. Hence, these martial artists didn't hesitate and joined the mission readily. Now that Yi Qinghan said this, everyone hesitated and started to think. Since Yi Qinghan could kill Lu Ji and the others, it meant that his strength was far more than what he showed on the surface. What's more, Yi Qinghan had easily killed more than 20 god bandits outside. This made them very wary. Now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan with a complicated expression. What are you afraid of? Can he deal with so many of us by himself? I don't believe that he, a first-stage god general martial artist, can kill someone who is a higher cultivation realm than him? Second Master Lu has 10 billion god stones. Together with these two strange fruits, we can return to Dancing Phoenix City and enjoy ourselves after we finish this mission. Kong Luo and Gu Yang, do the two of you want to die with him? I will give you one last chance. As long as you work together to deal with Battle God Hanya, everyone can make a divine emperor blood oath with me and share these god stones. Wandering God caressed the long spear in his hand. His body was filled with killing intent, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he took 2 steps back. The hand behind him took out a dozen or so memory god bugs and quietly released them. The moment those memory god bugs landed on the ground, they burrowed into the ground and then quietly hid themselves in various parts of the tunnel. We don't want to help anyone. We just want to leave. If Wandering God of War doesn't let us leave, the two of us can only fight with Battle God Hanya. Yi Qinghan had sent a few voice transmissions to Kong Luo and Gu Yang to leave first. Now that Wandering God of War had spoken, Gu Yang's expression changed. He stood up and took the opportunity to leave. All right, let the two of them leave. Make way. Wandering God of War was a little wary of Yi Qinghan's strange strength. If Kong Luo, who had strong attacks, was added to the mix, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems. My lord. Kong Luo looked a little anxious. He looked deeply at Yi Qinghan and sent a voice transmission. Let's go. Come back in 1 hour. If I'm not dead, protect me. If I'm dead, you can meet Li Shuer. Ask him to take care of my woman. Yi Qinghan turned his head and coldly glanced at the two of them. He secretly signaled Kong Luo with his eyes and quickly transmitted his voice to Kong Luo. Then, he sneered and said loudly, when a great calamity is about to befall us, everyone should flee. I don't blame you. Get lost. My lord, take care. Kong Luo cupped his hands towards Yi Qinghan. Then he and Gu Yang rushed out of the tunnel. They disappeared from everyone's sight in a few leaps. Chapter 638. Xiao He returned to the war beast space. Since Kong Luo and the others had left, Yi Qinghan had also arranged a path of retreat for himself. Originally, he thought that if the wandering war god were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to do so. He would attack Xiao He and activate the quaint necklace on Xiao He's neck, allowing Xiao He to kill the wandering war god and the others. But just now, he changed his mind. Although Lord Devour was strong, he had killed too many people. And with so many Emperor God Realm experts out there, perhaps Lord Devour's enemies were there. If Shi Yan could sense Lord Devour's aura from this necklace, the other experts could also sense it. At that time, Xiao He would be in more danger. Hence, he could only rely on the Slaughter God Blade. This was a dead end. As long as he used the Slaughter God Blade, the Wandering Battle God would be affected. As long as he found a way to stand at the safe end of the passage, the Wandering War Gods would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. As for the other war gods, Yi Qinghan did not care about them at all. The only risk of doing this was that they would alert the other formidable martial artists near the passageway. However, Jiang Yi recalled that the god bandits had stopped at the fork in the road. It was obvious that they had recognized that this was a dead end. The only thing he could bet on was that the other experts would recognize this as a dead end and not dare to enter. That way, he would have enough time to recover and think of a way to leave. This was the only feasible solution that he had thought about for a long time. Therefore, after Kong Luo and the others left, Yi Qinghan let Xiao He enter the beast space to prevent Xiao He from getting hurt in the chaotic battle. If he activated that necklace, it would be troublesome. Xiao He knew what Yi Qinghan was thinking, so he did not refute. Instead, he quietly turned into a shadow and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's chest. All right. Wandering War God, Do you want to take those 2 mutant fruits or kill me first? After everything was arranged, Yi Qinghan relaxed. He spread his hands and raised his head, revealing his snow-white teeth as he grinned at everyone. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who had nothing in his hands and was not circulating his divine power. He did not seem to be preparing to fight at all. Everyone started to feel afraid. A martial artist was clearly aware that he was going to die, yet he was still smiling so calmly and brilliantly. That meant that this martial artist was either crazy or had something to rely on. Just like what Yi Qinghan had said, since Lu Chun had put such a high bounty on him, there must be something special about him. In addition to that, Li Shuer looked at him differently because of the godly pangolin armor and his strange strength. Countless people chose to believe the latter. Humph. You guys guard the cave entrance and hold the line for me. I will go and kill him. Wandering War God looked at the martial artists around him, whose eyes were flickering. He knew that if he did not take action now, the momentum of his side would be overwhelmed by Yi Qinghan. Helplessly, he could only grit his teeth and hold his long spear. His figure flashed, and he stepped on the wall of the passage and stabbed at Yi Qinghan. Hee. Wandering War God has only used 30% of his divine power, right? What are you afraid of? Go all out. When Yi Qinghan saw the speed of Wandering War God's long spear, the smile on his face became even brighter. He slid his feet and easily avoided Wandering War God's attack. Then, he continued to ridicule him. 30% of my divine power is enough to deal with a trash martial artist like you. Wandering War God's long spear trembled, and countless spear shadows appeared. These shadows enveloped Yi Qinghan's figure. Although his movement seemed fancy and powerful, his speed was extremely slow. Of course, this was only true for a god king. Everyone present knew that Wandering War God was very afraid of Yi Qinghan and did not dare to use his full strength. Right now, he was just testing the waters. 7% of his divine power was on defense. He was secretly on guard against Yi Qinghan's attack. Haha, you are too slow. Even a first-stage god general like me can easily dodge my attack. Wandering War God, do you dare to use your full strength? Did you cultivate to the God King realm by refining god crystals? Useless. This situation was exactly what Yi Qinghan hoped for. He kept the flexible sword in his hand and did not attack. Instead, he only dodged and mocked Wandering War God continuously. This was to give Wandering War God the illusion that he wanted Wandering War God to attack with his full strength. The more Wandering War God thought about it, the more afraid Wandering War God would be to attack him with his full strength. This way, Jiang Yi would be able to slowly switch their positions. When their positions were completely switched, Jiang Yi would use the Slaughter God blade. Wandering War God became even more careful. Although he did not stop attacking, he did not dare to use too much of his divine power. His divine sense was constantly locked on to Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan made any strange movements, he would immediately escape. As expected, he saw Yi Qinghan suddenly smile strangely. Yi Qinghan touched his ring with one hand, and a long black blade appeared in his hand. The cold and evil aura emitted from the blade caused even Wandering War God to feel a chill down his spine. This is strange. Retreat. Wandering War God did not think too much and retreated decisively. However, halfway through his retreat, he suddenly stopped. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his face turned pale. Unknowingly, his and Yi Qinghan's positions had been switched. Just now, if he had reacted a little slower, he would have retreated to a dangerous area and been sucked into Sealed God Valley. Retreat! Continue to retreat! Wandering War God. Now you know why I am worth so much money, right? When Yi Qinghan saw Wandering War God's reaction, the smile on his face became even wider. However, at this moment, his eyes had started to turn red, and his smile looked extremely sinister. With a wave of his hand, the Slaughter God blade gently swung behind him. Instantly, a black fog was released, enveloping the dozens of martial artists behind him. Jiang Yi knew that he had made the right bet. Although the Slaughter God blade could not completely affect Wandering War God was still afraid of it. As long as Wandering War God did not dare to go near him, Jiang Yi was confident that he could force Wandering War God into a dead end and eventually be sucked into Sealed God Valley. What is this thing? Run. Ayah. My head hurts. Han Yi, please spare me. the group of peak god generals behind him was instantly enveloped by the slaughter god blade's black fog. At such a close distance, without any suspense, all of them were hit. They held their heads and rolled on the ground. Those who kill will always be killed. Since you are out to mingle, you have to pay. Yi Qinghan did not care about the ashen-faced wandering war god in front of him. He turned around and walked into the black fog. He started to harvest human lives, divine crystals, and interspatial rings. As for these martial artists who were his comrades just an hour ago, Yi Qinghan did not have the slightest bit of mercy. With a wave of his blade, countless heads fell to the ground. Han Yi, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you. Don't kill me. I am willing to offer all my treasures and divine stones to you as long as you let me leave. Otherwise, if I am sucked into Sealed God Valley, you will not get anything. I have more than 100 million divine stones on me. The wandering war god could hear screams coming from the black fog. However, in just a moment, the screams stopped. The black fog became thinner, revealing the corpses on the ground. The green-robed Yi Qinghan slowly walked out of the black fog and walked towards him. The wandering war god knew that if he did not do anything, he would become one of the corpses on the ground. He resolutely knelt on the ground and offered the interspatial ring in his hand with both hands. He continuously kowtowed and begged. At this moment, his life was more important than his pride. More than 100 million divine stones? I don't care about it. Go. Yi Qinghan nodded, but he did not stop walking. The moment he said that, he raised the slaughter god blade in his hand and slashed it down heavily. As the slaughter god blade slashed down, a black aura was emitted from the blade. Along with the evil aura in the blade, it slashed towards the wandering war god. In the face of a god king, Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. Although he needed divine stones, his life was more important. Not only did he release the murderous aura in the blade, but he also used the divine power in his body. As long as this murderous aura affected the wandering war god, the blade formed by the divine power would easily send him into the depths of the tunnel. After that, he would be sucked into Sealed God Valley. Then he would be completely safe. Chapter 639. Rumble. However, as Yi Qinghan slashed down, the passageway started to shake. An extremely strong suction force came from the passageway. In the blink of an eye, the wandering war god who was kneeling on the ground was sucked in by that strong suction force. Damn! What is happening? When Yi Qinghan felt the suction force, he immediately stabbed the slaughter god blade into the wall. He hugged the blade tightly with both hands and started to resist the violent suction force. As he was slightly further away from the wall and his reaction speed was fast, he was able to temporarily stabilize himself. Damn! Xiaohei, come out! Yi Qinghan felt that the suction force was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't hold on any longer and quickly summoned Xiaohei. When Xiaohei was just formed, he used all his strength to send him flying towards the other side of the passageway. Xiaohei, let's go! Think of a way to the Soul Devourer Manor and ask Lord Devour to help us by the Fire Dragon Dimension. Yi Qinghan felt that the Slaughter God blade was being pulled out bit by the strong suction force. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. He quickly shouted, but his heart was filled with sadness. Even his murderous aura seemed to have been suppressed and his mind was clear. Am I finally going to die? He felt the violent suction force behind him. It was like the chains of the Grim Reaper was dragging his body towards the 9 Nether Realms step by step. Yi Qinghan knew that he was really done for this time. His heaven-defying luck had finally run out. In this god-forsaken place, no one could save him. He didn't know where Li Bai was. Of course, even if he was nearby, it would be too late. Even if he could make it in time, he wouldn't be able to pull him out. Qingyu, Qingqing, Qinggu, alluring. I am finally going to die. I hope that all of you will forget about me. I hope that all of you will be happy. Sigh. After coming to this world, I actually didn't leave behind any incense. Could it be that I have some physiological problems? If I die this time, will I transmigrate again? Transmigrate back to Earth? Yi Qinghan felt that the suction force was getting stronger and stronger. The Slaughter God's saber was also being pulled out. Perhaps in the next second, it would be sucked into the black hole. He began to let his imagination run wild. Perhaps this was the wild mentality of every person who was about to die. Xiao! At this moment, a black figure dashed towards Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. Yi Qinghan's eyes began to enlarge. He was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. His face contorted and he used all the strength in his body to shout, "Xiaohei, you idiot! Are you crazy? Get lost!" Yi Qinghan swung his palm at Xiaohei again, but he found that Xiaohei was still flying toward him at high speed. The suction force was too strong, and the repulsion force was useless. "Boss, don't panic. Let me see if there is any use in activating that necklace. If there is no use, then we will die together. I said before that I will accompany you to the Hades realm." Just as Yi Qinghan finished shouting, Xiaohei's voice transmission arrived. Furthermore, as Xiaohei flew over, he took out a dagger from his interspatial ring and ruthlessly stabbed himself in the chest. Buzz! As Xiaohei expected, a dazzling light lit up, and the simple necklace on his neck quietly appeared. That suffocating and destructive aura enveloped the entire tunnel. The entire tunnel within a radius of tens of miles trembled. Furthermore, this aura started to spread out through the tunnel. Xiao! However, such a strong and terrifying aura had no effect on the suction force coming from the tunnel. The moment the light shone, the slaughter god blade finally left the tunnel. Yi Qinghan only had enough time to carry Xiaohei, who was flying towards him, into her arms. The two of them instantly disappeared into the dark tunnel. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. Kong Luo and Gu Yang did not go too far away. They walked out of the fork in the tunnel, randomly chose a tunnel, and waited nearby. They were indebted to Yi Qinghan. Furthermore, he had given them instructions just now. It seemed like he was very confident that he could kill the wandering war god and the rest. Therefore, the two of them did not run. Instead, they waited quietly, hoping for a miracle to happen. As expected. Not long after, a cold aura came from the dead end, and the surroundings of the tunnel started to tremble slightly. The two of them looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had made a move when they had just walked out of the tunnel? If his move was so powerful, then the situation might really be reversed. Haha, there is actually an idiot who made a move in the dead end? Isn't he seeking his own death? As long as someone uses energy attacks in the dead end, the suction force will increase by several times. I wonder which idiot is so impulsive? At this moment, suddenly, a mocking voice came from the fork in the tunnel. The two of them tensed up. Someone was actually so close to them without them noticing? However, when they heard this person's words, the two of them looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't that Yi Qinghan who made a move? Instead, the suction force in the tunnel increased by several times? Wouldn't everyone be sucked into the sealed God Valley? Buzz! Just when the two of them could not decide whether to escape or continue to stay, another wave came from the dead end. Not only the two of them, but even the mysterious expert at the fork in the tunnel had a change of expression. The mysterious expert looked at the road of death with some fear, but he turned around and began to madly run back the way he came. What was going on? Kong Luo and Gu Yang were at a loss. In the end, they gritted their teeth and started to run frantically. Such a powerful aura, such a huge pressure. Even if Li Bai released his full strength, it wouldn't be so terrifying. This situation was no longer something the two of them could handle. Similarly, this wave alarmed the nearby martial artists. Everyone's expression changed abruptly, and they started to run frantically without hesitation. Although everyone didn't know what happened, with such a terrifying aura, no matter what, it would be safer to run further away. The aura of the love of the dancing butterfly? Why would young Lord appear in the Phoenix Cloud Mountains? That idiot from the Li clan, why didn't he stay in the pangolin armor and ran to the Phoenix Cloud Mountains to play? If young Lord is sucked into the sealed God Valley, I will die 1,000 times. Thousands of miles in the east of the Phoenix Cloud Mountains, a cold female voice came from a phoenix. On the back of the huge phoenix, there was only a figure sitting there quietly. This figure looked very blurry. They only knew that she was wearing a green robe, and she had a pair of beautiful eyes. Then, the phoenix suddenly changed its direction. Its two huge wings started to flap frantically as it rushed towards the Phoenix Cloud Mountains in the west. In the far north of the ethereal mainland, in the Soul Devourer Manor's City Lord Manor, two figures suddenly flew out of the City Lord Manor and headed straight for the teleportation array. Their speed was so fast that the guards of the teleportation array thought they were seeing things. However, Just as the guards were about to scold the newcomers for not knowing the rules, they saw a black token with the word "Devour" written on it. It was extremely eye-catching. "Greetings, Palace Lord." There was only one person in the Soul Devourer manor who possessed this token, and that was their Palace Lord. The other second Palace Lords and third Palace Lords only carried this token with the word "Soul." All the guards present easily recognized the newcomers. They all stared at the fiery red figure standing quietly in the teleportation array with burning passion. Activate the teleportation array. Immediately teleport to Beacon Smoke Manor, Nether City. The fiery red figure said indifferently before falling silent. A beautiful woman stood beside him. She stood calmly, and her entire body exuded a trace of elegance and tranquility. Her beautiful brows were slightly furrowed as she sent a worried voice transmission. "My lord, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Something has happened to Xiao He. He used the love of the dancing butterfly just now, and now I can't sense his aura anymore. Moreover, Yi Qinghan's aura has also disappeared. Mo Xiao Xiao, that trash, can't even look after a person properly. If something has happened to Xiao He, I will definitely kill her," the fiery red figure said indifferently. Her voice was still calm, but the woman beside her could still hear a trace of urgency in her voice. A rainbow light flashed, and the two figures disappeared into the teleportation array. Chapter 640. There was good news in the Flame Dragon continent. The entire Flame Dragon continent had been immersed in joy for more than a year. Just like when the Divine Master had killed a god. The entire continent had been in jubilation. This was because news had come from the sacred land of the continent, Song City. The Empress was pregnant. Yi Qinghan had been conferred the title of Frost Monarch. His deeds had been deliberately spread by the martial practitioners of the continent. He had become the only god in the hearts of billions of people on the continent. Not long after Frost Monarch had returned from the Divine Realm, news of Empress Yi Qingwu's pregnancy had spread. The Empress's pregnancy was a joyous occasion for the entire continent. Countless people offered incense and prayed for their blessings every day. They prayed for Empress to give birth to a child so that Frost Monarch could have a descendant. The entire Song City had become busy because of Yi Qingwu's pregnancy. Dozens of maids had moved into the Chilling Heart Pavilion to take care of Yi Qingwu. Yi Qingwu had been pregnant for almost 2 years. The pregnancy cycle in the Flame Dragon continent was usually 1 year. However, if the mother was a powerful martial practitioner, she could control the cycle and let the baby stay longer in the mother's womb. The longer the baby stayed in the mother's body and received the nourishment of the mother's spiritual energy every day, the stronger and healthier the baby would be after birth. Their cultivation speed would also be faster. Yi Qingwu had already reached the 3rd tier of the martial saint realm. She was naturally a powerful martial practitioner. With her powerful cultivation, she had delayed the pregnancy cycle by 1 year. Half a month ago, she had finally given birth to a child. The news that Frost Monarch had a descendant spread throughout the continent in just 1 day. The continent was in jubilation, and the entire Song City was drowned in a sea of joy. Chilling Heart Pavilion. 2nd floor. Yi Qingwu was lying on a large bed. Her face was serene. She hadn't become extremely weak after giving birth. Yu Qingqing sat on the bedside and softly spoke to her. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, was teasing the little fellow that had just been born. Little Yi Qinghan had been in his mother's womb for 2 years. He was born strong and full of spirit. Now, it was only half a month. His pure black eyes seemed to be able to speak. From time to time, he glanced at the 3 of them. He looked strong and cute. The 3 of them had very warm and peaceful expressions on their faces. As they chatted, they laughed incessantly. However, there was a hidden gloominess in the depths of their eyes. It had been 15 days since the little fellow was born. The moment he was born, Yu Qingqing entered the unfettered pavilion and reported the news to Elder Lu. She wanted to pass on the message to Yi Qinghan and ask him to come back. However, 15 days had passed, but there was still no news, not even a word. The 3 of them couldn't help but feel a little sad. If Yi Qinghan heard about this, he would definitely think of a way to come back. Even if he couldn't see his son, he would come back to see Yi Qingwu. When they thought about the arrangements that Yi Qinghan had made when he came back, the 3 of them had a bad feeling. When Yi Qinghan was 1 month old, Yi Qingwu couldn't bear it anymore. She entered the unfettered pavilion with Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu. "You don't have to worry. I have already sent a message to little Han. Maybe it's not convenient for him to send a message or come back. You know that there are many experts in the immortal world. If he opens the doors of the unfettered pavilion, he will be easily exposed. It will be troublesome if he is spied on. Apart from the chilling heart pavilion, Elder Lu spent the rest of his time cultivating in the unfettered pavilion. When he saw the three of them coming together, he obviously knew what they were thinking. He smiled and tried to persuade them. All right. Elder Lu, if you have any news, please pass on the message to us immediately. Yi Qingguo knew that Elder Lu was telling the truth. She exchanged a look with the other two and smiled bitterly. Then, she teleported away under Elder Lu's calm and gentle gaze. However, as soon as the three of them left, Elder Lu's calm and gentle gaze suddenly turned cold. His face, which was originally smiling, instantly became incomparably pale. He had lied to the three of them. He didn't send a message to Yi Qinghan. It wasn't because he didn't want to. It was because his divine sense couldn't sense Yi Qinghan's situation. He couldn't contact Yi Qinghan. He had never encountered such a situation before. He was terrified and worried. He was the guardian of the unfettered pavilion. He was very familiar with the unfettered pavilion, even in a place where space was extremely unstable like the murderous stream. At the same time, his divine sense could spread out from the carefree ring through the connection between the carefree pavilion and the carefree ring. Thus, he could easily sense Yi Qinghan's existence and transmit his divine sense to him. However, his divine sense couldn't pass through the unfettered pavilion and sense the unfettered ring. The unfettered pavilion was a parallel space. A parallel space was actually a small space within space. It was connected to space everywhere. That was why powerful cultivators could use the transportation door to lock onto this parallel space and refine it. This was why Elder Lu had instructed Yi Qinghan not to open the transportation door to the unfettered pavilion in front of powerful cultivators. However, the connection between the unfettered pavilion and the unfettered ring had been severed. This situation terrified Elder Lu. This meant that either the unfettered ring had been destroyed by force, or the unfettered ring was in a special space that had been cut off from the unfettered pavilion. No matter which answer it was, something had happened to Yi Qinghan. If the unfettered ring had been destroyed, then Yi Qinghan was definitely dead. The other possibility was that Yi Qinghan was in a special space. However, Elder Lu hadn't heard of any place that could be cut off from a parallel space. Even if there was, it would be an extremely dangerous place. Elder Lu tried to sense the location of the unfettered ring through the unfettered pavilion again. However, he couldn't sense it even after a long time. After staying in the training room for half a day, he couldn't sit still anymore. In a flash, he left the unfettered pavilion and appeared on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. As soon as he appeared, Elder Lu teleported away. After a few teleportations, he arrived at the castle in the dark forest. Lord Devour had gone to the divine world. However, Elder Lu deduced that since she had promised Yi Qinghan to protect the Flame Dragon continent for 1,000 years, she would definitely keep her promise. As such, she would definitely leave a spy in the Dark Castle who would be able to transmit information about the Flame Dragon continent to her at any time. The entire Dark Castle was quiet. There wasn't a single person in sight. Only a snow-white rabbit was dozing off under the grape trellis on the rooftop. Elder Lu knew that this rabbit, which seemed to be only at the martial sage level, definitely had a way to contact Lord Devour. Therefore, he teleported to the rooftop of the castle and cupped his hands in greeting to the rabbit. Then, he quickly transmitted his voice. Lu Shi pays his respects to Lord Devour. What's the matter? Indeed. The rabbit opened its eyes and glanced at Elder Lu. However, it didn't attack. Instead, it opened its mouth and spoke calmly. Please send a message to Lord Devour. I can't sense anything from the unfettered ring. I think something bad has happened to little Han. Elder Lu didn't waste any time and told the rabbit his deduction. She already knows about it and is dealing with it now. A trace of helplessness flashed in the rabbit's eyes. Then she looked to the south and said, Don't let those girls know about this. I will inform you if there is any news. Elder Lu's heart sank. Indeed, his deduction was right. Something bad had happened to Yi Qinghan. However, from the rabbit's words, it seemed that Lord Devour already knew about it. Moreover, he had sent a message to her so quickly? What was the relationship between this rabbit and Lord Devour? However, Elder Lu didn't dare to ask. He bowed to the rabbit respectfully and left with teleportation. Since Lord Devour already knew about it, with her formidable strength, she should be able to deal with it easily. Elder Lu thought. Chapter 641. The killing in the Phoenix Glow mountain range continued. This time, the Seal God Valley spat out a large number of mutant fruits, causing hundreds of thousands of god bandits to go crazy. The number of mutant fruits this time was many times more than the previous one. The most important thing was that there would be another eruption later, although the quantity was not much. However, many old fogies who roamed the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range knew that if the Sealed God Valley experienced a second well eruption, the second mutant fruit would definitely be extremely rare. The mutant fruit that had been auctioned for tens of billions was a product of the second well eruption. Hence, after the second eruption, the entire Phoenix Glow Mountain range went crazy. They searched for the mutant fruits in a frenzy. Those martial artists who were lucky enough to obtain the mutant fruits started to think of ways to avoid being hunted down by other martial artists. If they could survive, they would have struck gold. As for those martial artists who did not obtain the mutant fruits, they started to kill crazily. They killed every martial artist they saw. As long as they were weaker than their own team, they would kill them. Not only these low-grade martial artists, but even those strong martial artists hidden in the depths of the mountain range also started to move. The situation became even more chaotic. Roar! At this time, a huge beast flew over from the east of the mountain range. Everyone who was fighting was stunned for a moment. Then they continued to fight. However, when they used their divine senses to detect a green figure flying out from the huge beast, they were all secretly shocked. Even many the arch-formidable martial artists were secretly on guard. Many teams that were originally fighting also quickly split up and started to hide in the forest. They all recognized that this was the Battle God Pavilion's celestial phoenix. This green figure was obviously a battle god. This was not important. At this time, there were many martial artists in the Phoenix Glow Mountain range who had taken off their battle god robes and put on their black robes. They had turned from battle gods into secret bandits. What was important was this lady's strength. She was very fast, but not so fast that everyone was afraid. What shocked many formidable martial artists was that they could not see this martial artist's face clearly. They could only see that she was wearing a green dress and had a pair of beautiful eyes. Even more than 10 the arch-formidable martial artists could not see this person's face clearly. Many people understood what this strange phenomenon meant. This was a soul cultivator. A powerful soul cultivator. The woman flew out from the celestial bird. With a wave of her hand, the celestial bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The woman stood in the sky in silence. She didn't bother about the countless warriors who were looking at her in fear. She also didn't bother about the few emperor gods who were fighting in the sky. Instead, it closed its beautiful big eyes, then started to spread its divine sense, sweeping across the entire Phoenix Cloud Mountain range without the slightest restraint. Hua! The woman's arrogance and her attitude of looking down on hundreds of thousands of experts made many experts somewhat angry. Even if you're a soul cultivator, you can't be so arrogant. Such an arrogant attitude. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? However, when they sensed the woman's divine sense, they all concealed the trace of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Then, he began to quietly flash into the distance. It was as if the person in the sky was not a beautiful woman, but a dreadful beast. Even the god emperors who were fighting in the sky quickly stopped fighting. Both of them looked at the woman with extreme fear. Then, both of them dashed downwards and disappeared into the vast forest. The space in the immortal world was incomparably stable, and the divine sense of a heavenly god could only spread out to a distance of 1,000 meters. However, this woman had instantly enveloped the entire Phoenix Cloud Mountain range. All the god emperors present did not have the ability to envelop the entire Phoenix Cloud Mountain range with their divine senses. With this strange situation, everyone understood that this woman had already reached the god emperor realm. Moreover, she was a god emperor realm soul cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such a powerful divine sense. Soul cultivators cultivated their souls. It was hard to cultivate the soul, but it was hard to improve one's cultivation level. Once a soul cultivator broke through to the god emperor realm, his strength would reach the level of a 7th grade war god. The strength of a 7th grade war god was the strongest among those present. Most importantly, the attacks of soul cultivators were extremely strange and could kill without leaving a trace. No one dared to stay in the air, and no one dared to continue fighting. Such a powerful expert had descended, especially when the sealed God Valley was erupting. Everyone became extremely nervous. If this woman was here to snatch the strange fruits, it would be troublesome. As expected, the auras of Lord Xiaohei and Yi Qinghan are nowhere to be found. It seems like the two of them have been sucked into the sealed God Valley. A trace of anger and worry flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes. Her divine sense continued to sweep across the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range, but her eyes became even dimmer. Everyone, get into the air. Whoever dares to stay below for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn will be killed without mercy. A moment later, a faint voice sounded in the ears of everyone below. No one was left behind. Even the martial artists who were tens of thousands of meters below the mountain range received this voice transmission. Such a method was simply shocking. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range had already stopped fighting when the woman released her overbearing divine sense and swept it across the mountain range again and again. Instead, they kept a low profile and hid, afraid that they would anger this expert. It was rumored that soul cultivators could use their divine sense to kill. Once they were targeted by this woman, there was no way to escape. Now that they received this woman's voice transmission, everyone became even more apprehensive. Since this woman could instantly send a voice transmission to them, it meant that her divine sense could easily lock onto everyone present. That also meant that she could easily kill them. The god bandits in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range were very clear that the reason why they could run amok here and not be wiped out by the nearby formidable martial artists was because there were no powerful soul cultivators in the nearby prefectures. If powerful soul cultivators came to wipe them out, none of the god bandits in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range would be able to escape. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range had been completely wiped out once. It was a powerful soul cultivator from the Grace mainland, who had passed by Longyang Prefecture, and accepted the invitation of the Prefecture Lord of Longyang Prefecture. Finally, he made his move. Hundreds of thousands of god bandits in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range were all killed. It was only now, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, that the god bandits had once again flourished. Swish! Countless air-piercing sounds rang out. In the forest, in the passageways, under the soil, countless figures instantly rose into the air. All of them stood there obediently in the air and bowed to this woman. They looked at her with complicated expressions and remained silent. Swish! At the same time, countless martial artists started to run into the distance. These were all the martial artists who had obtained the strange fruits. At this moment, everyone could not help but suspect that this woman was here to snatch the strange fruits. They were risking their lives for these strange fruits. Of course, they would not hand over the strange fruits just because this woman said so. Ah! My lady, please spare my life. I have the strange fruits, and I am willing to give them to my lady. However, these people started to grab their heads at the same time and started to roll on the ground. Their faces were filled with pain. It was obvious that they had suffered a soul spirit attack. I am not here to snatch the strange fruits. I will say it again. Everyone, rise into the sky. If anyone dares to escape, kill without mercy. The green-robed woman scanned the fleeing figures indifferently. These martial artists instantly felt that the intense pain in their soul spirits had disappeared. All of them had bitter expressions as they flew into the sky helplessly. No one dared to escape anymore. There were 3 god thearchs among the martial artists who had escaped just now. Even they could not retaliate. Who would dare to send themselves to their deaths? What's more, when they heard this woman say that she was not here to snatch the strange fruits, they also relaxed. Since such a big shot had spoken, she would definitely not be here to snatch the strange fruits in their hands. There were more and more warriors in the sky. It was a dark mass, like a huge dark cloud. The Phoenix Cloud Mountain, which was filled with killings just now, had suddenly quietened down. It was dead silent. In just a moment, the huge Phoenix Cloud Mountain had become empty. All that was left were countless corpses and a mountain full of fresh blood. Among you, who has seen this man and this small beast, step forward. Don't try to hide. I can easily check your soul spirits. If you dare to hide, I will search your soul directly. The green-robed woman used her divine senses to scan the Phoenix Cloud Mountain again. Then, she waved her hand and a huge phantom image appeared in the sky. The phantom image was of a delicate-looking young man who was hugging a black single-horned small beast. The image was extremely clear as though it was a real person. Even the gentle smile on the young man's face was unusually obvious. Chapter 642. Wow! The woman's strange actions and words caused countless exclamations. Some people exclaimed because of the soul search that the woman had mentioned. This was a very powerful method. Divine sense probing the soul might only be able to find some fragments, but the result after the soul search was that the martial artist would directly become a vegetable. Others exclaimed at the astonishing technique of the lady. They had never heard of such a technique, let alone seen it before. It was simply a miraculous technique. Of course, there were also people who recognized the person and small beast in the image. For example, Li Bai, Li Shuer, Kong Luo, and Gu Yang. Li Bai was very angry. Originally, Li Shuer wanted to come out and have some fun. With the three of them being 5th grade war gods, ordinary warriors would definitely not be able to hurt them. Moreover, Li Shuer's father had given her a protective treasure. Ordinary emperor god experts would not be able to hurt her. Even if there was an expert, as long as he said the name of Li Shuer's father, he wouldn't dare to touch her even if he gave him 100 guts. However, as soon as they came out, they encountered the blowout in the Apotheosis Valley that happened once every few decades. This caused the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range to descend into complete chaos. Countless hidden experts appeared one after another, causing the situation to be out of his control. Now, a peerless expert suddenly came. It was fine if the peerless expert came. If he said the name of Li Shuer's father, the expert would give him some face. However, this expert was extremely domineering. Moreover, he condensed an image, and they all knew the person in the image. This expert said that those who knew him must come out, or he would be killed without mercy. This sudden situation caused the situation to become even more uncertain. If anything happened to Li Shuer, then the three of them wouldn't be able to escape even if they died 1,000 times. People of the Li family, come up here. All your accompanying war gods, come up here. And those who have seen this young man, come up here. If I find the image of this young man in your head, I will immediately search your soul. Li Bai and Li He exchanged a look and smiled bitterly. However, they heaved a sigh of relief. Since this expert knew that they were from the Li family, he definitely wouldn't attack Li Shuer. However, they might all suffer a calamity. Kong Luo and Gu Yang, on the other hand, were incomparably shocked. They had guessed that Yi Qing Han definitely had a powerful backer. Perhaps he was a young master of some great clan, but they didn't expect his backer to be so powerful. Thinking back to the words of the mysterious expert in the cave, coupled with the fact that they did not see Yi Qing Han's figure, they were very clear that Yi Qing Han had definitely been sucked into the Sealed God Valley. Although the two of them had a good relationship with Yi Qing Han, they didn't know if she would punish them for this. Not long after, everyone who had met Yi Qing Han flew up into the air and stood at the same level as the woman. They didn't say anything and waited for the woman to ask. Not only Li Bai and the others, but even the war gods in Li Shuer's group all stood up. Even the pair of god bandits who had looked at Yi Qing Han and chased after Yi Qing Han had stepped forward. No one dared to take the risk of hiding anything. The methods of soul cultivators were very strange. If they ended up becoming a vegetable because of their concealment, they would be in deep trouble. Tell me everything about your meeting with this young man and send me a voice transmission at the same time. The woman said indifferently, but she closed her eyes and didn't speak anymore. Send voice transmission at the same time? Everyone was stunned. Soul cultivators were indeed strange. Their souls were so strong that they could receive voice transmissions from dozens of people at the same time? However, Li Bai and the others didn't think too much about it. They started to recall the process of their meeting with Yi Qing Han and started to send voice transmissions to the green-robed woman without missing a single word. Li Shuer looked at the blurry woman in front of her and started to hesitate. The encounter she had with Yi Qing Han in the training room of the godly mountain-piercing armor was a humiliation to her. Now, she had to recall it again and even recount it out loud. This made her very embarrassed. However, in this moment of hesitation, there was a piercing pain in her mind. She almost lost control of her body and fell down. However, this pain disappeared instantly. She bit her lip and knew that this was the green-robed woman's warning. She didn't dare to hesitate anymore and started to send voice transmissions. An hour later, everyone stopped sending voice transmissions. The green-robed lady also opened her eyes at the same time. Then, she looked coldly at the group of god bandits chasing after Yi Qing Han on the left. A glint of light flashed in her eyes as it entered the eyes of these 10-odd martial artists. Without any sound or any divine power ripples, these dozen-odd god bandits suddenly fell to the ground. More than 10 divine crystals and more than 10 interspatial rings floated up. These 10-odd martial artists were actually killed by this green-robed woman in an instant. What's more, there was even a third-stage god-king formidable martial artist among them. As these 10-odd corpses fell heavily on the ground and made loud bangs, there was no longer any sound. There was no longer any sound. Everyone looked nervously at the green-clothed woman. They didn't know why she wanted to kill these cultivators. They didn't know if she would kill even more people. Or if she would kill everyone present. Li Bai, Li He, and Li Bai were guarding Li Shuer closely. Of course, their main goal was to protect the small beast that Li Shuer was carrying. They knew that if this woman wanted to kill Li Shuer, no matter how they resisted, it would be useless. However, they still subconsciously put up their defenses. Yet, after this woman killed these 10-odd martial artists, she didn't do anything else. She just stood there quietly, her beautiful eyes looking into the distance. No one knew what she was thinking about or waiting for. The current situation in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range was very strange. Or rather, it was very stifling. There were countless corpses on the ground, but there were hundreds of thousands of martial artists standing in mid-air. Above them, there were dozens of people standing quietly. There were hundreds of thousands of people on the ground, but it was extremely quiet. Even the soft sound of the celestial phoenix's wings flapping 10,000 meters in the air rang clearly in everyone's ears. Buzz! This kind of stifling silence was broken by a slight spatial ripple that came from the northern sky. Along with this spatial ripple, two figures slowly condensed. One was a woman in a fiery red robe, whose face couldn't be seen clearly. The other was a woman in a white robe with incomparable elegance. Hiss! Sounds of cold air being sucked in could be heard. These two women actually teleported here? Many formidable martial artists were very clear that the space in the divine realm was so stable, and they could teleport. It meant that these martial artists were at least 8th grade war gods, or that they had cultivated the law of space to an unparalleled level. Moreover, the offensive power of the law of space was insufficient. Very few people would cultivate the law of space wholeheartedly. This meant that one of these two people was most likely an 8th grade war god. Mo Xiao Xiao pays her respects to Lady. As soon as the two women appeared, under everyone's astonished gaze, the soul cultivator in the sky actually knelt down on one knee toward the two women and kowtowed respectfully. Paying respects to Lady. This red-robed woman was definitely an expert, at least 8th grade war god. There might be many 7th grade war gods in the divine realm, but there were definitely not many 8th grade war gods. They were existences at the pinnacle of the divine realm. It was unknown whether it was out of fear or respect, but everyone knelt down on one knee. Mo Xiao Xiao, look at what you've done. The red-robed woman spoke calmly. Then, she used her divine sense to scan the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. After a while she sighed and said somewhat helplessly, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were indeed trapped in the Apotheosis Valley. I miscalculated. Do you know what happened? Mo Xiao Xiao is guilty. Please punish me, lady. The green-robed woman's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of self-blame. Then, she started to transmit her voice to the red-robed woman. Kill all these god bandits and bury them with them. Also, go to the Dancing Phoenix City and kill everyone from the Lu family. After the red-robed woman heard this, she didn't speak for a long time. After a while, she said this and disappeared into the sky with a white-robed woman. Chapter 643. Kill them all. Hearing the lady's words, Li Bai was stunned. Li Shuer was stunned. Kong Luo and Gu Yang were stunned. Hundreds of thousands of god bandits were stunned. Flee! Instantly, countless people came to their senses. Their first thought was to flee. No one dared to have any thoughts of resisting. Facing a 7th grade war god and an 8th grade war god, who would dare to retaliate? Even though there were hundreds of thousands of martial artists here, including many the arch-formidable martial artists, no one had any thoughts of resisting. Once a martial artist reached the 7th grade and above, the human wave tactic was no longer effective. The only choice was to flee together. With so many people, no matter how strong the three of them were, they couldn't possibly kill all of them at the same time, right? Swish! The sky was filled with figures running in all directions. From the sky, from the ground. Some martial artists even rushed towards the center of the Phoenix Cloud Mountainous Range. In midair above the Phoenix Cloud Mountainous Range, it was as if a large herd of antelopes were peacefully enjoying the breeze and the fertile grass. Suddenly, a group of ferocious lions descended from the sky, and all the antelopes started to flee in fear. However, this herd of antelopes was glowing with multicolored god powers, and their speed was frighteningly fast. "Don't move!" Li Bai looked at the pale-faced Li Shuer. Li Shuer was obviously frightened as well. Seeing everyone start to run, her body also glowed with god powers as she prepared to escape. Li Bai hurriedly pulled her back and sent a voice transmission to the martial artists behind him, asking them not to move. He was very clear that if the lady in red wanted to kill everyone here, no one would be able to escape. What's more, he clearly heard the lady say to kill all these god bandits. They were from Dripping Spring City. Of course, they weren't god bandits. As expected, Li Bai's guess was right. Mo Xiaoxiao's beautiful big eyes flashed a sliver of helplessness when she heard the lady in red's command. Then, she saw the sky full of god bandits fleeing, and her eyes started to turn cold. Immediately, 2 balls of light lit up inside. These 2 balls of light instantly enlarged and became brighter and brighter. At last, they actually jumped out of the 2 eyes and formed 2 blinding bolts of lightning. These 2 bolts of lightning were not big. They were like 2 electric snakes. They did not have a powerful aura that made one's heart tremble, nor did they have a stunning appearance. They were silent. The only thing special about it was that it was fast, so fast that it was dazzling. 2 small electric snakes chased after the 2 fleeing cultivators. However, they only stayed on them for 0.01 seconds before they continued on to the cultivators beside them. It was just that the 2 lightning serpents became 4, and the 4 lightning serpents separately chased after the 4 martial artists, and then became 8 lightning serpents, and 8 lightning serpents became 16 lightning serpents. In the blink of an eye, in the eyes of Li Bai and the others, these 2 lightning serpents had already become countless, and finally, the entire sky was filled with dazzling little lightning serpents dancing wildly in the air, and the scene was magnificent to the extreme. Of course it wasn't important. More importantly, as long as the cultivators were entangled by these electric snakes, their frantically running figures would instantly come to a stop. They all maintained various running postures. His body and face maintained the same expression as before, as if time had frozen at this moment. This situation was very strange. Li Bai was very clear that when a martial artist reached a certain realm, they would comprehend a kind of will. Relying on this will, he could solidify a small space, and even time and space would stop. It was just that this Mo Xiaoxiao's attack was clearly not a will. Because they could move, they could breathe, they could swallow saliva, and their palms and backs could break out in cold sweat. Since it wasn't space freezing, then what was it? Why was it that in just a few breaths of time, these hundreds of thousands of martial artists stopped moving? Li Bai felt his heartbeat quicken, and his breathing also became heavy. Then, his pupils began to shrink, and the cold sweat on his palms and backs became even more turbulent. "AI. Don't blame me, I know that you all died unjustly, but Lord Xiaohei and Yi Qinghan have fallen into Sealed God Valley, and Lord is very angry, and the consequences of Lord's anger are very serious." Following Mo Xiaoxiao's faint sigh, the electric snakes that were entangling the hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the air suddenly left their bodies, and began flying towards Mo Xiaoxiao. Finally, all of them entered into his pair of beautiful big eyes. 1. Wind suddenly rose in the sky. The wind wasn't strong, but as this cool breeze blew past, those figures that had stopped in the air began to silently fall to the ground. They were like countless withered leaves that were blown by the autumn wind, and slowly fell to the ground. What was left was a sky full of divine crystals and spatial rings floating in the air. The colorful divine crystals were like the beautiful stars in the night sky, so beautiful that it broke one's heart. It made one's heart tremble. Hiss! It was unknown who started it, but the remaining dozens of cultivators in the sky all started to do the same. Breath after breath, 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 breath after breath. It seemed that the cold wind in Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range was especially fresh, and especially delicious. As one of the 10 guardian elders of Dripping Spring City, it wasn't that Li Bai had never seen murder, nor had he never seen so many divine crystals and spatial rings. But this was the first time he saw so many people being killed at once, and it was so easy, so casual. As for the group of war gods behind him, all of their faces had turned extremely pale, and even their lips had started to turn white. Their bodies were also trembling slightly at the same time. To them, God King Realm was already an impressive expert, and God Emperor Realm was an existence that they could only look up to. But Mo Xiao Xiao had killed hundreds of thousands of martial artists instantly, and among them were hundreds of God Emperor experts. What kind of shocking technique was that? Kong Luo and Gu Yang looked at each other in dismay. They weren't shocked that Mo Xiao Xiao killed so many people at once, but they were shocked that the deaths of these hundreds of thousands of people were all buried together with Yi Qinghan. One person's death actually required so many people to be buried together with him. What kind of honor was that? Yi Qinghan's background was actually so great that they didn't dare to imagine it. And from the tone of the lady in red, it seemed that it wasn't enough, and she even wanted to uproot the Liu family in Dancing Phoenix City? Forget about the God Bandits, but the Liu family resided in Dancing Phoenix City. No matter how strong a martial artist was, would he dare to ignore the iron law of the divine world and kill people in the city? All of you, go back to Dripping Springs City. Manor Head Li and Milord are old friends, and this time, it wasn't your fault. Hence, I won't punish you. Mo Xiao Xiao didn't care about the pale faces of Li Bai and the others. She waved her hand and kept all the divine crystals and interspatial rings in the sky. Then, she flew into the celestial phoenix that was circling 10,000 miles high in the sky. The celestial phoenix flapped its huge wings gently, turned and flew towards the south. In no time, it disappeared from everyone's sight. She really flew towards Dancing Phoenix City. Is she really going to uproot the Liu family in the city? After a long time, it wasn't known who spoke first. Although this person tried his best to calm himself down, he still stuttered unconsciously. Everyone's gaze became complicated. To a true expert, the iron law of the divine world is no different from toilet paper. Return to the divine mountain armor and go to Dripping Springs City. Li Bai and the others exchanged glances. All of them knew that this Mo Xiao Xiao would definitely go to the Dancing Phoenix City and she would definitely kill someone. Because such a thing had been done many times in the God world by that red-robed woman earlier. This woman's reputation as a malignant star was extremely famous in the God world. Looking at the little divine beast in Li Shuer's arms, the three of them secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Li Shui recognized Xiao Hei's identity and didn't do anything to Yi Qinghan because of the conflict between Yi Qinghan and Li Shui. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Shui might be fine, but it was hard to say for them. Chapter 644. After a year, Dancing Phoenix City's lockdown was lifted. Because of Niu Yaohua's incident, the upper echelons of Dancing Phoenix City were shaken and affected. However, they were slowly disappearing. Dancing Phoenix City returned to its usual bustling state. Groups of soldiers dressed in fiery red armor patrolled the city walls as usual. Because there had been a beast tide a few decades ago, the guards were not too worried. The city was very safe. No one dared to cause trouble in the city. Unless there was a beast tide, there wouldn't be anything that would make them nervous. Halt! However, an hour later, a green figure flew from the north. This made them nervous. It wasn't strange for someone to fly into the city. However, this person was extremely fast. Moreover, he didn't look like he was slowing down or descending. This was very strange. It was possible to enter the city, but he had to enter through the city gates. If he flew into the city recklessly, it would be a provocation to Dancing Phoenix City. Therefore, even though they knew that this cultivator was definitely a top-notch powerhouse given how fast he was, they still followed the rules and flew up to warn the green figure. However, their warning wasn't of much use. The person continued to fly into the city recklessly. He didn't say anything. Or maybe he was too lazy to say anything. He just waved at the guards. Alert! The guard leader's expression changed. He wanted to yell, "Alert! Activate the protective shield." However, he suddenly felt a gust of wind. Then, his mind was in a mess. He stood there in a daze. When he woke up, the figure was already standing in the sky above a courtyard in the east of the city. Level 1 alert. The guard leader finally knew that something big was about to happen. His expression changed as he yelled. His voice became shrill because of fear. It reverberated throughout the entire Dancing Phoenix City. The millions of martial art practitioners in the city were alarmed. Swoosh! Countless figures rose into the air from the houses, courtyards, and streets of the city. All of their divine power surged as though they were facing a great enemy. Level 1 alert was the highest level of alert. It meant that a strong enemy or beast was going to attack Dancing Phoenix City. In this kind of situation, all the martial artists in the city had to work together to resist the enemy. Get out of my way, everyone. I don't want to kill too many people today. I just want to kill the Lu clan. I will ask for forgiveness from the Misty Sovereign. If anyone dares to stop me, I don't mind killing a few more. The woman was Mo Xiao Xiao, who had rushed over from the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. She turned her head indifferently, revealing a pair of beautiful big eyes and a blurry face. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with killing intent. Hua! As soon as Mo Xiao Xiao finished speaking, the entire city shook. There was actually someone who dared to openly say that he wanted to kill someone in a city in the divine world, and even wanted to exterminate an entire clan? How arrogant, how domineering was that? Mo Xiao Xiao did not care about the complicated expressions of the warriors in the city. Instead, she revealed a beautiful little hand and gently patted the courtyard below. In the eyes of the crowd, the palm seemed to have left Mo Xiao Xiao's body, and then slowly enlarged, finally becoming a huge palm that completely covered the courtyard below. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The huge residence below turned into a pile of rubble, stirring up a cloud of dust that dyed the sky of the Dancing Phoenix City gray. Strangely, there used to be countless warriors living in the yard. There were tens of thousands of Lu family members, but none of them flew up to the sky to fight. They didn't even make a sound, not even a scream, until the yard was turned into ruins. But everyone knew that the Lu clan was finished. Completely finished. Because there were countless divine crystals and space rings floating on the rubble. How dare you! Take her down. Kill! Only then did the guards in the city come to their senses. They all rushed towards Mo Xiao Xiao. They all knew that no one in the group of guards was a match for this person, but they still rushed forward. As the guards of the Dancing Phoenix City, they had to protect the dignity of the city with their lives. Why didn't the new city lord and the elders of the city come out? And why didn't the pavilion master of the God of War pavilion come out? The leader of the guards rushed forward with a long knife in his hand. He looked as if he was going to die. However, he cursed inwardly. Since he had already sent out the level 1 alarm, why didn't the important people in the city come out to help? Did they want to see this woman massacre the city? Of course, Mo Xiao Xiao would not massacre the entire city. She did not say another word, nor did she look at the tens of thousands of guards who were rushing towards her. She just scanned the city with her divine sense and then flew out of the city. Strangely, all the warriors who got close to her were confused. They stood in the air in a daze. They only came to their senses when the green figure flew out of the city and disappeared into the distance. Lock down the Dancing Phoenix City and activate the protective shield. I am going to see the city lord. The leader of the guards wiped the cold sweat off his face, but the more he wiped, the more sweat he felt. He dashed toward the city lord's mansion. However, the entire Dancing Phoenix City was silent. All the warriors and guards in the city stared at the ruins in a daze. The dust continued to rise from the ruins. They were still in shock and had yet to recover from the shock. Who did the Lu clan offend? How could they be killed in the divine realm in such a tyrannical manner? They were not even given a chance to defend themselves? The warriors in the city and the clansmen of the big clans all gulped as the same sentence appeared in their minds at the same time. When the guard leader rushed to the gate of the city lord's mansion, there was a group of guards standing at the gate, firmly blocking the gate. The city lord has ordered that he is receiving 2 distinguished guests. No one is allowed to enter. The guards of the city lord's residence were the private soldiers of the city lord's residence. Even though there was such a big commotion in the city, they still stood guard in front of the residence. Long San, are you stupid? Don't you know what just happened? Get out of the way. I want to see the city lord. The leader of the guards shouted angrily at the guard who had spoken. I am only responsible for guarding the city lord's residence. Even if the Dancing Phoenix City is massacred, it has nothing to do with me. My lord, please wait. Don't make things difficult for me. However, the guard didn't fall for this trick. He looked coldly at the anxious guard leader and said, Chi-1, lock down the city first and stabilize the law and order. I have something to do now. I will come out later to give everyone an explanation. The leader of the guards wanted to continue arguing and even wanted to barge in. However, he suddenly received a voice transmission. This made him a little confused. The voice transmission came from the new city lord. However, he did not understand what the new city lord was doing. What could be more important than what had just happened? Chapter 645. The new city lord's surname was Lei. He was an elder of the Lei family. He was standing on the 5th floor of the city lord's residence. It wasn't just him. All the top experts of Fengwu City were gathered here. They knew what had happened in the city, but they couldn't go out. They didn't dare to. Because someone was sitting in front of them. A woman in a red robe. My lord, you are making things difficult for me. I don't know how to explain this to the people of the city. I don't know how to explain this to Longyang City and Ethereal City. The new city lord looked bitter. It wasn't just him. Even the experts in the hall looked uneasy. They knew the identity of this woman. They also knew that the Lu family had offended this lord. What they didn't understand was that with this lord's status and power, there were tens of thousands of ways to destroy the Lu family. But he chose the most direct way, to kill in front of everyone. The divine world had iron rules. Although these rules were nothing to true experts, the more powerful they were, the less likely they were to violate the iron rules of the divine world. However, the stronger a person was, the less likely they would be to violate the iron laws of the god realm. Firstly, it would be detrimental to their reputation. Secondly, it would affect the authority of the city's ruler. But today, this woman had done this for the first time, which put them in a difficult position. The woman in red lowered her head. She picked up a cup of tea from the woman in white. She took a sip and said calmly, "You explain to Fengwu City yourself. I will explain to Longyang City and Ethereal City. I sure want to kill some people. Do you want to assassinate them? I did it in Ethereal City, let alone a small Fengwu City. Help me get rid of the rest of the Lu family disciples. If there is even one left, all of you can kill yourselves. All right, you may leave." Kill themselves? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Leave. The new city lord looked at the people in the hall. He was confused. Wasn't this his place? This Lord Shurdai was asking him to leave? However, the Battle God Pavilion branch head of Fengwu City gave him a look, and he could only nod in acknowledgement. The few of them bowed respectfully to the lady and quickly retreated. Lei Hua, this is the Lord's order. You must not hesitate. Not to mention you, even if your clan leader is here, he must be polite to her. Her strength is unfathomable. After walking out of the 5th floor, the Battle God Pavilion branch master and the new city lord secretly sent a voice transmission. Then, they headed straight for the Battle God Pavilion. As for the Thunderfire city lord, he was still rooted to the spot. He was very clear that this pavilion lord had very high authority in the Battle God Pavilion. He definitely knew many secrets that others were not aware of. He definitely had some basis for what he said. Lei Hua was well aware that the patriarch of their family, Lei Xiaotian, was an 8th grade war god. Why would Lei Xiaotian have to be polite to her? Didn't this mean that Lord Shurdai's strength was higher than that of an 8th grade war god? Gulp. The Thunderfire city lord didn't dare to think about it anymore. He tried his best to control his footsteps as he walked down the stairs. There were still many things waiting for him to do in the city. He told himself to be calm at all. Sir. After everybody had left the hall, Lord Devour kept silent, sipping his tea. No one knew what he was thinking. The white-robed woman's expression fluctuated for a while before she finally mustered up the courage to speak. Audio, you followed me from the Fire Dragon continent. We're close friends. If you have something to say, just say it. You don't need to beat around the bush. Lord Devour turned around, throwing an indifferent look at the white-robed woman. His voice became calm again, without a bit of emotion. Sir, can Xiao Hei and Little Han be saved? The white-robed woman was Lord Jiu, the nine-tailed fox. After she had arrived in the divine world, she had broken through to the god-general realm and reached the transformation realm. She had become an elegant woman. Of course, at this moment, her face was anxious. She didn't look elegant at all. From the soul-devouring manor, she and Lord Devour had teleported to the nether city of the Beacon Smoke Manor. Then, Lord Devour had taken her to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. And now, they had arrived at the Dancing Phoenix City. Along the way, she was shocked that Lord Devour had concealed his strength. He was so strong that she didn't even dare to imagine it. She was shocked by what had happened to Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. Lord Devour's overbearing, or even crazy, deeds. However, she hadn't dared to ask much along the way. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask. They can be saved, but I can't. At least, I can't save them now. Lord Devour sighed. A gleam of regret flashed in his eyes. He held his cup and said nothing. Can be saved? But Lord Devour can't save them? Lord Jiu was even more frightened. After she had come to the divine world with Lord Devour, she knew how strong Lord Devour was. She guessed that Lord Devour was at least an 8th grade war god. Perhaps he was the legendary war god Invincible. She couldn't save them? Who could save them? What should we do? Will they die in there? Lord Jiu recalled that gentle and stubborn young man, and that strange small beast. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Lord Devour shook his head, sighing. No choice. If they die like this, it's their fate. Sir, I have a question that I've thought about for a long time. I don't know if I should ask or not. Lord Jiu had a gleam of sadness in her eyes. She quieted down. After a long while, she lifted her head, looking at Lord Devour. Say it. Lord Devour turned around, looking at Lord Jiu meaningfully. His deep eyes seemed to see through her mind. I want to know why you're so strong, but you've forced little Han to come to the divine world alone. You've even asked him to bring Sir Xiao He. Actually, Lord Jiu had many questions that she hadn't asked. For example, why had Lord Devour allowed the Divine Lord to dominate the Fire Dragon continent for several thousand years? The Fire Dragon territory's 1 billion divine stones weren't even a drop in the ocean in Lord Devour's eyes. Moreover, when they were in the Fire Dragon continent, he had witnessed Yi Qinghan risking his life time and time again. He had almost died several times. It made Lord Jiu feel that Lord Devour had arranged everything to put Yi Qinghan in danger. He could have done it easily, but Yi Qinghan had to bear it alone. Eventually, he and Xiao He had fallen into the God Investiture Valley, and they didn't know whether they were still alive or not. What was her purpose for doing that? Was it just to watch Yi Qinghan dance like a monkey on the blade? Was it fun? But where was Xiao He? She and Xiao He had a close relationship. Did she have the heart to do that? You're right. Lord Devour gently put down the cup in his hand, saying faintly. Then, he fell into silence as if he was recalling something. After a while, he opened his mouth faintly. Actually, Yi Qinghan had summoned Xiao He, and then he had fallen into the God-slaying mountain. The arrival of the Golden Horn God clan, the insanity of Godmaster II, and him falling into the evil stream in the divine world. Many things were arranged by me discreetly or indirectly. You can say, since Yi Qinghan had entered Xiao He's valley in the summoning space, his entire life has been arranged by me. Of course, I didn't arrange for him to fall into the God Investiture Valley this time. It's my miscalculation. Thad. Lord Jiu instinctively wanted to pour tea for Lord Devour. However, when she heard Lord Devour's words, she shivered. The teapot and the cup in her hands fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. She goggled, looking at Lord Devour disbelievingly. After a long while she swallowed her saliva, her lips trembling as she mumbled, Lord you're not kidding, right? Chapter 646. Yi Qinghan's life was full of disasters. Since he had summoned Xiao He, so many troubles and challenges had accompanied him. He was ambushed in the palace battle, the god-slaying mountain was on the verge of death several times, the Golden Horn God clan had attacked Song City, and the God-Lore had used the lives of billions of people in the continent to threaten him. From the time he had summoned Xiao He when he was 15 years old, it had been just a dozen years, but he had experienced many things that no one else had ever experienced in their entire lives. It wasn't important. What was important was that each of them was related to him. Eventually, he had to stand up and use his thin shoulders to shoulder the burden. Luckily he had succeeded. He stood on the peak of the fiery dragon continent. However, when he stood at the peak, he wasn't in a hurry to enjoy a beautiful and leisurely life. An even greater challenge had arrived. The incomparably heavy burden of the lives and deaths of billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent had once again pressed heavily on his body. He didn't have a choice. He had to go to the god domain alone with a saber and a war beast. It sounded unbelievable, but it couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Was it true that Yi Qinghan was destined to have a hard life? Destined to have endless trials and tribulations? Destined to be alone? And now, Lord Devour had given him a perfect explanation. Yi Qinghan had to endure all these years. It wasn't a coincidence. It was inevitable. This was because she had deliberately arranged many things in the dark, or rather, indirectly guided them. With Lord Devour's power, of course, it was easy for her to arrange these small things. However, Lord Jiu didn't understand why she had done that. Did she dislike Yi Qinghan and want to play with him to death? Or, she was too bored, so she had planned all of this to see if Yi Qinghan could break through layers of obstacles and survive. Thus, she looked at Lord Devour skeptically, waiting for his explanation. The reason is simple. Lord Devour beamed a faint smile, stood up, and walked to the window. Looking at the bustling dancing Phoenix City, he continued, I want to make Yi Qinghan stronger, stronger, and stronger. If he wanted to become stronger, the only way was to constantly put pressure on him, to constantly go through hardships. Only under pressure would there be motivation. Only with a goal can he continue to struggle to fight, and in the end, constantly break through himself. My lord, as far as I know, you have countless powerful helpers or subordinates. Lord Mo Xiaoxiao, the second city lord, and several elders of soul-devouring city are estimated to have the strength of 6th grade or 7th grade war gods. You still cultivate little Han in such a way. I wonder what profound meaning you have? Lord Jiu was still skeptical. Lord Devour was so strong, and after he had followed him to the god world, he found that he had so many strong subordinates. Even if Yi Qinghan grew stronger, wasn't he just another subordinate? Then what was the purpose of her spending so much effort to cultivate Yi Qinghan? Yi Qinghan was just a mortal. Although his aptitude was considered top-notch in the Flame Dragon continent, there was still a certain gap between him and some of the geniuses in the god world. Moreover, if she wanted to cultivate Yi Qinghan into a peak expert, she didn't know how much time, money, and material resources she had to spend, and it wasn't certain that she would succeed. After all, a martial artist's cultivation depended on himself and the comprehension of principle. Others couldn't help much. The god world was extremely dangerous. No one could guarantee that Yi Qinghan could cultivate safely. Even Lord Devour had miscalculated. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were trapped in the sealed God Valley, and it was unknown whether they were still alive or not. Lord Devour was a mansion lord, one of the top few martial artists in the god world. There shouldn't be anything that could trouble her, right? Then why did she cultivate Yi Qinghan? Was it because he had a good relationship with Xiao He? Was it because he had a good relationship with Xiao He? Lord Devour sighed slightly. He turned around and saw a faint trace of helplessness in the nine-tailed fox's eyes. I have my reasons for doing this. Of course, it's not because I'm bored. Joe, actually, there are many things in this world that you don't know. For example, a 9th grade war god isn't really invincible. I've been hiding in the Flame Dragon continent all year round not because I miss my hometown, but because I'm avoiding my enemies. I really have a favorable impression of Yi Qinghan, but not because of Xiao He. It's because he's different in one way, and no genius in the god world can compare with him. The nine-tailed fox, Joe, couldn't be elegant anymore. It even became complicated. Listening to what Lord Devour said, it seemed that a 9th grade war god wasn't a legend, but a real existence. Moreover, there was a higher level above the 9th grade war god. However, she didn't understand what Lord Devour said after that. Wasn't Lord Devour in the god world now? Why did he say that he was hiding in the Flame Dragon continent all year round? Or because he was avoiding his enemies? Moreover, was the Flame Dragon continent her hometown? Moreover, although Yi Qinghan had many outstanding qualities, he couldn't be so outstanding that any genius in the god world couldn't compare with him, right? Lord, can you explain it more clearly? For example, little Han, what's different about him? Following Lord Devour's explanation, the nine-tailed fox felt more and more confused. However, she knew the rules and didn't dare to ask too many questions. Lord Devour would tell her what he could, so she only asked about Yi Qinghan. A strange light flashed in Lord Devour's eyes, and he said with absolute certainty, his difference lies in his soul. His soul is different from everyone else in this world. I even suspect that he isn't from this world, or that his soul doesn't belong to this world. Therefore, I feel that he might be able to break through to an unprecedented height and help me resist my enemy. That's why I constantly nurtured him, racked my brains, and spared no effort to nurture him. Lord Joe's body trembled. She forced herself to be calm, but at this moment, she couldn't stay calm anymore. Her face was filled with astonishment. If Yi Qinghan were here and heard Lord Devour's words, he would definitely jump up in fright. Lord, you're not joking again, are you? Lord Joe was bewildered for a long time, and then she blurted out nonsense again. She knew that she was talking nonsense, but Lord Devour's words shocked her so much that she blurted it out subconsciously. Not from this world? Could it be that there was another world besides this one? Reaching an unprecedented height? Was it the height above the 9th grade war god that she mentioned? The restriction I set on Xiao He in the Misty Forest is extremely powerful. Even if Yi Qinghan has the soul ring, he can't go through the T bloodline awakening ceremony of the Yi family to enter the valley where Xiao He lives. The only explanation is that his soul is very special. Then, I checked his soul, and it's indeed different from the soul structure of the people in this world. That's why I arranged so many things to see how far he could go. It turns out that he didn't disappoint me. Of course, if he can come out of the Apotheosis Valley this time, I'll be even more sure of it. Lord Devour smiled, and his eyes lit up. It was the light of expectation. Lord, do you mean that little Han can come out of the Apotheosis Valley by himself? Lord Joe swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Today, Lord Devour had given him too many shocks. She couldn't help but hesitate about many of Lord Devour's words. She told herself that Lord Devour wouldn't lie to her, and she couldn't doubt anything that Lord Devour said. But this time, she was still hesitant. She had heard many legends that the Apotheosis Valley was a land of death. Several 7th grade war gods had already gone in, but none of them had come out yet. Yi Qinghan was just an immortal general realm warrior. Could he come out? Chapter 647. Outsiders can't bring people out of Sealed God Valley, but the people inside have 3 ways to get out. However, these 3 ways are incomparably difficult and almost impossible to achieve. If Yi Qinghan can really get out, then his achievements will be limitless. Lord Devour's eyes looked at the far north through the window, as if he could see the bottomless pit through the endless mountains. Which 3 ways? Nine-tailed Fox's eyes brightened, asking hurriedly. Lord Devour contemplated for a while, then said faintly, the first way is to cultivate the 9th grade war god realm. The second way is to fuse with a special high-level space Upanishad. However, no one has ever succeeded in fusing with such a high-level Upanishad. The third way. I don't want to talk about the third way. No one has succeeded in the third way. Not to mention success, it's impossible in theory. Yi Qinghan's only hope is the second way because he cultivates the space law. And, I think he can do it. Oh! Nine-tailed Fox's bright eyes dimmed. She wanted to ask again, Lord, are you kidding? However, she knew that she had talked too much today. If she said more, Lord Devour would be angry. In Nine-tailed Fox's eyes, none of the 3 ways were safe. If anyone could break through to the 9th grade war god realm, it wouldn't be a legend anymore. For the second way, although Yi Qinghan cultivated the space law, there were many experts cultivating it in the divine world. If no one could fuse with it, how could Yi Qinghan succeed? As for the third way, if Lord Devour said it was impossible, it was impossible. All right. Mo Xiao Xiao's business is done. Let's go. Lord Devour waved his hand, and the 2 of them disappeared from the 5th floor of the City Master Mansion. When Nine-tailed Fox opened her eyes, she found herself in a grand hall, which seemed to be in the sky. No, this is the celestial phoenix of the War God Pavilion. Nine-tailed Fox got it immediately because she saw Mo Xiao Xiao kneeling on one knee and the 2 massive wings outside the transparent shield. Get up. Are you done? Lord Devour glanced at Mo Xiao Xiao, then sat down. Nine-tailed Fox hurried to take out a cup of tea from her spatial ring, pouring it for her. The war gods of the Lu family who were out on missions have all been eliminated. All the experts above the God King level of the Lu family have been killed. Mo Xiao Xiao nodded and said respectfully. Now, go to Ethereal City and buy the Flame Dragon plane in Yi Qinghan's name. After that, you can go to the City Lord's mansion and beg for forgiveness. I will arrange for someone to send you to the first-class Evil Een stream. You can come out only when you reach the strength of an 8th grade war god. At that time, you can go to the soul-devouring city to find me. Lord Devour's words made Nine-tailed Fox restless again. She said that she could arrange people from the floating city? She was only one of the 108 manor lords of the ethereal manor. How could she affect the ethereal city? Yes. My lord, I'll take my leave first. Mo Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate at all when she heard Lord Devour's words. She bowed to him again. She had been following Lord Devour since she was a nameless heaven god realm warrior. For hundreds of thousands of years, Lord Devour had created her, and she had done many things for Lord Devour. She was used to carrying out Lord Devour's orders without any doubt. Let's go. Lord Devour nodded faintly. He glanced at Nine-Tailed Fox, and the two of them teleported again. When they reappeared, they were in the teleportation formation of the Dancing Phoenix City. This time, Lord Devour didn't ask anyone to activate the teleportation formation. Instead, he shot out several black triangular stones. The teleportation formation glowed with 7-colored light, and the two of them disappeared into the teleportation formation. When the teleportation formation glowed, a team of warriors who were guarding the teleportation formation screamed with pale faces. It wasn't that they didn't see the two of them, but they realized that they couldn't move at all. Phoenix Aurora Mountainous Range, the place where the god bandits of the ethereal manor were most rampant, was extremely quiet at this moment. Or rather, it was deathly silent. In the endless mountains, there wasn't a single demonic beast or human figure. There was only the howling cold wind and the faint smell of blood and corpses in the cold wind. It wasn't that there weren't any martial artists who came to the Phoenix Aurora Mountainous Range or passed by. It was just that when they saw the corpses all over the mountain, they were all frightened. They didn't know what had happened. They only knew that this place made them afraid and terrified. If the mountain was filled with god bandits, perhaps they wouldn't be so afraid. However, the mountain was filled with corpses. That was terrifying. Hence, no one dared to go near this place, at least not for the time being. Buzz! However, at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the mountain range. What's more, they appeared in the center of the mountain range. Beside that bottomless pit. TSK. The deep pit emitted a strong suction force from time to time. However, the two of them stood firmly at the side of the deep pit. Their figures didn't move at all. The two of them looked at the deep pit that looked like the mouth of a huge beast in silence. Yi Qing Han, I know you can't hear what I'm saying. However, I want to tell you this. Whether or not you can walk out of the conferred God Valley, I will protect the Fire Dragon continent for you. I will take care of your kin and your woman. I will ensure that your Yi family will prosper for generations to come. Of course. If you can come out, I will bestow you a great fortune. This is my sure dies promise to you. After a long time, one of them spoke. His voice was filled with loneliness and faint anticipation. The two of them stood at the side of the deep pit for a long time before they instant shifted and left. Tens of thousands of kilometers underground, a mountain god pangolin was moving forward rapidly. After experiencing the incident at the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, Li Shuer wasn't interested in refining the snow god whip anymore. She didn't let the martial artists go in to fight with her anymore. The accompanying war immortals rejoiced, but they didn't feel too happy. Everyone hid in their own rooms to cultivate or discuss some matters quietly. The huge hall was empty. At this time, a door suddenly opened. An icy cold woman walked out. The woman held some notes in her hands. Her snow-white face had a trace of worry. Yi Yao Rao had been in seclusion for a while. However, she suddenly woke up and found that Yi Qing Han wasn't there. Xiao He wasn't there either, although there were some notes on them. It was written that he went to Li Shuer's cultivation room to cultivate for a period of time. Moreover, she had asked Li Bai. Li Bai also told her that Yi Qing Han was in seclusion in the cultivation room. Although Gu Yang was empty, Yi Qing Han was also in seclusion. However, she still felt an indescribable palpitation and a trace of indescribable fear. She knocked on a door. The room door opened. Kong Luo and Gu Yang looked at Yi Yao Rao in shock. Looking at her icy cold eyes, the two of them subconsciously avoided her gaze. Then, they looked at each other and woke up. The two of them stood up. Kong Luo smiled at Yi Yao Rao and said, "Ice War Immortal. What's the matter? Can't you invite me in to sit?" Yi Yao Rao smiled. Although her smile was cold, it had an intoxicating charm. "Of course you can. Come in." Kong Luo was startled. He scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly stepped aside. He walked to the table at the side and poured himself some tea. Yi Yao Rao walked in and suddenly pressed a mechanism on the wall. The barrier of the room opened. She walked straight over and sat on a chair. Then she looked at the two of them and said in a serious tone, "Cold Night War Immortal, where are you now?" Chapter 648. Han Yi War God? Kong Luo's eyelids twitched, but he regained his composure and said in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you a few days ago? He's cultivating in the cultivation room." "Yeah, Han Yi War God, if you want to find Lord, you should go to Senior Li and the others. It's useless for you to find us." Gu Yang smiled and cooperated. After they had returned from the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, Li Bai had gathered them to unify their statements and hide the matter of Yi Qing Han from Yi Qing Han. They planned to go to Dripping Spring City first and then send someone to the Soul Devourer Palace to ask for Lord Devourer's opinion. Then, they would decide how to settle Yi Qing Han. Otherwise, if Yi Qing Han said that she wanted to find Yi Qing Han or wanted to commit suicide, it would be troublesome. It wasn't that Yi Qing Han didn't go to find Li Bai, but Li Bai only told her that Yi Qing Han was cultivating in the cultivation room, but he didn't allow her to visit him. Then, she didn't show up again. Thus, Yi Qing Han could only find the two closest to Yi Qing Han, Kong Luo and Gu Yang. Hearing Kong Luo and Gu Yang's words, Yi Yao Rao fell silent. She held the cup in one hand and the cup lid in the other. She kept sliding the rim of the cup, but her eyes gradually became cold. She stared at the two people in a daze and didn't say anything. "Han Yi War God, you. Is there anything else?" Yi Qing Han's pure eyes gave them goosebumps. After a while, Kong Luo pretended to be calm and asked. However, Yi Qing Han didn't say anything and just continued to look at them. "Ice War God. Is there anything you need our help with? If we can do it, I, Gu Yang, will do it without hesitation. Even if I have to risk my life, I will do it." "Han Yi War God, if there's nothing else, you should go back and rest. We need to cultivate." The two of them kept talking. Kong Luo couldn't stand Yi Qing Han's eyes, so he asked her to leave. However, Yi Qing Han didn't move or say a word. After being stared at by Yi Yao Rao for almost an hour, cold sweat began to appear on their faces, bodies and palms. They became even more uncomfortable and restless. Yi Yao Rao didn't do anything. She just looked at the two of them quietly. However, the two of them felt that this was even more troublesome than facing a god king. "You're all sweating. You're all feeling guilty. It seems like something really did happen to Han Yi Martial Immortal. Maybe you guys don't believe me, but I'm born with a very accurate premonition. When I first met the Han Yi War God, I relied on my premonition and decisively chose him. He didn't disappoint me. He's indeed an extremely good man. This time, I also have a very deep premonition. I know that something has happened to him. He is not in the divine pangolin armor, but I can feel that he is not dead. I only want you to tell me, what happened to him? Where is he now?" After a long while, Yi Yao Rao spoke indifferently. Her voice was very calm, but it was also very certain. Seeing the cold sweat on the two of them's faces increasing, she finally shifted her gaze away and looked at the cup in her hand. She said resolutely, "If you don't tell me, I can only risk my life to leave the divine pangolin armor and find him. Don't doubt my words. My world only belongs to Qing Han. Without him, I feel that this world no longer belongs to me." Han Yi Martial Immortal. Looking at Yi Yao Rao's resolute eyes and calm expression, Kong Luo's face instantly turned red and black. He clenched his teeth and almost said it. However, Gu Yang, who was beside him, quietly patted his back and stopped him from acting rashly. "Han Yi Martial Immortal, don't make things difficult for us. We really don't know. Why don't you wait a little longer? Wait until the Han Yi Martial Immortal comes out of the training room?" Gu Yang's face became extremely bitter as he tried to persuade Kong Luo again. "A little longer? Half a year? Or until he reaches Dripping Spring City? I can't wait a moment longer. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. I'm leaving. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Yi Yao Rao stood up and opened the protective barrier. She calmly walked out and walked towards the stone door in front of the hall. Although her silhouette was a little bleak, it was unusually firm. Boom! Under the frightened gazes of Kong Luo and Gu Yang, Yi Yao Rao's hand lit up with a cold light. She waved her hand and blasted a wave of cold air at the stone door. The powerful energy collided with the protective barrier on the stone door, causing a violent tremor. The entire divine pangolin armor started to tremble. The protective barrier in the hall instantly lit up and emitted a dazzling light. However, Yi Yaorao's expression didn't change at all. She gathered another wave of cold air and continued to attack the stone door. Xiao! Countless figures rushed out from the small room. Some of them looked at Yi Yaorao, who was constantly attacking the stone door. Their expressions were very complicated. Kong Luo and Gu Yong smiled bitterly. They wanted to go and persuade her, but when they thought of Yi Yaorao's calm and determined gaze, they knew that it was useless to say anything. Creak! The stone door finally opened, revealing Li Bai's slightly angry face. However, when he saw Yi Yaorao looking at him calmly, the anger in his eyes gradually faded. He didn't dare to look at Yi Yaorao directly. He averted his gaze and said with some dissatisfaction, "Ice War Immortal, what is the meaning of this? I want to leave. Please let me out, my lord." Yi Yaorao didn't continue to ask about Yi Qinghan. She just calmly made a request. "Leave." Li Bai's complexion instantly turned ashen. He looked at the dozens of war immortals in the hall angrily. However, all of them shook their heads in confusion, indicating that they didn't reveal anything. Kong Luo and Gu Yang also shook their heads firmly. They didn't say anything. However, Yi Yaorao was inexplicably sure that something had happened to Yi Qinghan. "Ice War Immortal. You can leave if you want. But you have to compensate me with double the amount of divine stones. Then I will let you go." Li Bai made up his mind. His complexion turned gloomy as he spoke in a domineering manner. Let Yi Yaorao leave? She was a first-stage god general. She would definitely die. I don't have any divine stones. They are all with the Han Yi Battle Immortal. Didn't you say that he was in seclusion? Ask him to come out and compensate you. If you don't ask him to come out, I can only use my life to compensate you. Yi Yaorao suddenly took out her silver sword from her ring and placed it across her swan-like neck. She looked at Li Bai calmly and said, "Either ask the Han Yi Battle Immortal to come out and see me, or I will leave. Or I will die." "Don't." Li Bai's body trembled. He wanted to make a move and lock onto Yi Yaorao. However, when he saw Yi Yaorao's eyes that were as calm as water, or rather like stagnant water, he gave up on this useless action. His expression was still extremely gloomy, but his heart was extremely flustered. He could lock onto Yi Yaorao, but he couldn't stop her from seeking death. Yi Qinghan had been trapped in the Seal God Valley, and hundreds of thousands of god bandits had perished along with him. If anything happened to Yi Yaorao, Li Bai believed that once that lore heard this news, she wouldn't even need to make a move. Li Shuai's father would personally kill them and send them to the soul-devouring manor to apologize. Bas. Just as Li Bai's back was drenched in cold sweat and he didn't know what to do, the space in the hall suddenly trembled. After that, Li Bai and everyone else in the hall widened their eyes immensely. After everyone was stunned, they all knelt down on one knee and shouted in fear and trepidation, "Greetings to my lord!" Swish! A few figures flashed out from the stone door. They were Li Shuai and the others. They also knelt down fearfully towards the red and white figures and said, "Greetings to my lord! You are Yi Yaorao, right?" It was Lord Devour and Lord Jiu. Lord Devour smiled and looked at this young lady who was standing stubbornly and looking at him. Lord Devour revealed a benevolent smile as he waved at her and said warmly, "I am Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's elder. Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei have encountered a small problem. He asked me to take care of you. Are you willing to follow me and wait for him to come back?" Chapter 649. Yi Qinghan did have a problem, and a big one at that. He looked at the barren scenery around him, looked at the dusky sky, looked at the incomparably distant dark sun in the sky, and felt the countless unspeakable desolation and strange aura of this place. He knew that this time, he had played too big, too big. Looking around, it looked like a graveyard. There were small hills everywhere, but there were no trees, no flowers, no people, and no signs of life. Most importantly, there was no godly energy like in the god world. There wasn't even any vital energy. It was like a land of death, filled with an aura of death. "Boss, what is this place?" Xiao Hei subconsciously shrank into Yi Qinghan's arms. The atmosphere in this place was too cold, too quiet, too strange. Staying here, he always felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, a very uncomfortable feeling. This is a place cursed by the Divine Emperor, This is a place forgotten by the divine world. Welcome, welcome to the Forgotten Land. A faint voice rang out, followed by a series of rustling sounds. A group of warriors wearing gray battle armor walked out from behind a hill not far away. Their entire bodies were covered in battle armor, and even their heads were wearing gray helmets, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. There's someone? Yi Qinghan was not nervous at all. Instead he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was someone, there was still hope. If they really came to a dead land, then there really was no hope. The warrior who spoke was obviously a small team leader, because there was a gray star on the left chest of his gray armor. Next to it was a row of numbers, but the warrior behind him did not have a star, only a row of numbers. The small team leader's face was expressionless, walked over to stand in front of Yi Qinghan and said, "You have two choices, either join our Rain Emperor tribe or die." Rain Emperor tribe? Yi Qinghan frowned. The thing he hated the most was being controlled by others. However, he was unfamiliar with this place. Moreover, the gray-armored warrior leading the team was obviously a God King realm warrior. Moreover, he seemed to be a high-level God King. He could only respectfully cup his hands to this warrior and said, "Sir, what do I need to do to join the Rain Emperor tribe? Are there any restrictions?" "These things, when you return to the tribe, someone will tell you. Now I ask you one last time. Are you willing to join the Rain Emperor tribe?" The small team leader's tone was obviously impatient, his body shining with divine power, as if Yi Qinghan hesitated any longer he would immediately attack. "I join." A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Yi Qinghan replied decisively. This place was very strange. He must first understand the situation clearly before he could plan. "Put on this armor. Your number is 9527. Come with us." The squad leader handed over a set of gray battle armor that was exactly the same as his. After Yi Qinghan put it on, he took a look. Sure enough, there were no stars on the left side of his chest. There were only 4 small numbers, 9527. Letting Little Black hide in his sleeve, he began to move forward with the team. The team silently moved through the small hill. No one said a word, and their speed was very slow. Looking at the situation, this team of warriors seemed to be walking on instinct, without using any divine power. Although Yi Qinghan wanted to ask about this place, he did not receive any reply when he transmitted his voice to the warrior in front. He could only follow them silently, without using divine power, and observe carefully. There's another team of warriors in front? The armor is purple. Could it not be from the Rain Emperor tribe? After walking for a while, Yi Qinghan saw a team of warriors walking out from behind the hill, heading straight in his direction. Those are the people from the Thunder Emperor tribe. Killing is forbidden here. 9527, don't do anything. Just as Yi Qinghan was getting nervous, the small team leader suddenly transmitted his voice. The small team continued moving forward. Just as the two teams were about to get close, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt that someone in the other team was staring at him. He looked over alertly and found a pair of familiar eyes. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly woke up. This person was actually the Wandering Divine King who had been sucked into the Sealed God Valley a step earlier than him. The Wandering Divine King was obviously discovered by the warriors of the Thunder Emperor tribe first and joined the Thunder Emperor tribe. At this moment, his eyes were staring coldly at Yi Qinghan. The hatred in his eyes was extremely obvious. Clearly, he hated Yi Qinghan for forcing him into this god-forsaken place. The two of them did not speak and did not dare to provoke each other. They just looked at each other coldly and the two teams crossed each other and left. The warriors of the two teams acted as if the other was a vacuum. They did not even look at each other and went on their own. After walking in this place for a few days, the team had 3 new members. One was at the God King realm, and the other 2 were at the peak of the God General realm. These people had clearly come to this place not long ago. Their eyes were filled with panic and fear, and they kept looking around. The 4 of them communicated for a while and discovered that the 4 of them had accidentally been sucked into the Sealed God Valley during the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range's well eruption. Finally they came to this strange place. The 4 of them did not know anything about this place. After talking for a long time, they did not obtain any useful information. However, the 4 of them discussed for a while and formed a temporary alliance. They would work together to find a way to survive in this unknown place and then think of a way to leave. After a few more days, The team did not encounter any new warriors. Instead, they encountered countless teams. There were teams from the Rain Emperor tribe who were wearing the same gray battle armor as them, and there were also teams from the Thunder Emperor tribe who were wearing purple battle armor. There were also teams in white battle armor and cyan battle armor. According to the team leader's explanation, they were from the Cloud Emperor tribe and the Wind Emperor tribe respectively. After half a month, the team finally left this graveyard and walked outside. There were still no flowers, no rivers, no lakes, and not a single person outside. Similarly, there was no divine aura or essence energy. There was only black soil. Black soil that stretched as far as the eye could see. The team advanced silently on the black soil. Their speed was still incomparably slow. The four of them saw that the warriors in front of them did not use divine power and were still walking on instinct. Although it was very strange, they did not ask and could only follow obediently. After walking for a few more days, Yi Qinghan felt that something was wrong. Not only him, but even the three warriors felt that something was wrong. The four of them now understood why this team of warriors did not use divine power to walk. Because after walking for so long, they still did not find a trace of divine aura. There was no divine aura here to replenish their divine power. They could only continue to use it, but it could not be replenished. If they used divine power to walk, they would eventually use up their divine power and become ordinary people. And most importantly, they suddenly felt hungry. How many years had it been? They did not feel this way anymore. Ever since Yi Qinghan cultivated to the Emperor realm, he could absorb the essence energy between heaven and earth and convert a portion of it into energy that his body needed. Thus, he did not need to drink food. From then on, he no longer felt hungry. Now there was no vitality or divine aura in this god-forsaken place. It had been more than half a month. Although they were experts from the god realm and their bodies were abnormally strong, they also began to feel hungry. The four of them resisted the hunger in their stomachs and began to think of ways to convert the divine power in their bodies into divine power. However, they could not convert it no matter what. For a moment, the four of them panicked. If this went on, would they starve to death? The team leader who was walking slowly in front suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he took out 4 fruits that emitted an alluring light from his ring and distributed them to the 4 of them. He said calmly, "In the Forgotten Land, everyone will feel hungry. Without this holy fruit, even an emperor god expert will eventually starve to death. This fruit can support you for half a year. This is a treatment that only warriors who have just joined the tribe can receive. In the future, if you want to obtain the holy fruit, you will have to kill. Obtain the holy fruit by killing people with merit points. Otherwise you will die." Chapter 650. Holy Fruit. Yi Qinghan looked at the fruit in his hand that had an uncouth name but was exceptionally beautiful. He looked around at the bleak and lifeless scenery and felt a little disappointed. A dignified god realm warrior had a lifespan of tens of millions of years and was almost equivalent to a powerhouse with an immortal body. But now, he had fallen to the point where he would starve to death if he didn't eat this holy fruit. It seemed that the squad leader was right. This was indeed a cursed land, a forgotten land. The fruit was like a celestial peach from his previous life. It exuded an alluring fragrance and a dazzling radiance, giving off a strong sense of appetite. Yi Qinghan sighed and did not hesitate. He used his hands to split the fruit in half and the fragrance filled the air. He threw one half into his mouth and chewed it carefully while handing the other half to Xiao He, who had come out of his sleeve. Xiao He did not stand on ceremony and directly took the fruit, swallowing it in a few bites. The holy fruit was indeed a holy fruit. It was fragrant as soon as it entered his mouth and entered his stomach. His body began to heat up and a strong warm current began to flow through his body. Not only did his hunger disappear, even his divine power reached its peak state and seemed to have increased a little. Yi Qinghan even felt that his soul sea had expanded a little. The holy fruit was indeed worthy of its name. "Boss, this fruit is delicious. I feel that my soul and divine power are growing after eating it." Xiao He's voice transmission confirmed this. Yi Qinghan smiled and rubbed Xiao He's head. He transmitted back, "If you like it, boss will think of a way to get more fruits for you to eat in the future." Letting Xiao He return to his sleeve, Yi Qinghan raised his head and saw a small group of warriors looking at him. Apart from the 3 newcomers, the rest of the gray-armored warriors all had the same look in their eyes. They were all conveying the same message, that was, "An idiot. Little brother Yi, why did you give half of the fruit to your spiritual pet?" This fruit is so important and it seems to be very difficult to obtain. Aren't you? That's right, little brother Yi. In this place, you'd better abandon your spiritual pet. He'll drag you down. Although the four of them didn't have a heart-to-heart in the past half a month, they all felt an inexplicable sense of closeness because they had fallen into the same predicament at the same time. It was as if they were all in the same boat. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't hide his real name, and the three of them didn't hide their concern either. In their eyes, they were just a few beggars who couldn't even fill their stomachs. It was already a problem for them to fill their stomachs, but Yi Qinghan had to bring a dog along. Thank you for your concern, brothers. I know what I'm doing. Let's go, the lords are on their way. Yi Qinghan smiled and did not explain further. He felt that it was difficult to express his feelings for Xiao He with words. Just like when he was sucked into the conferred God Valley, Xiao He did not hesitate to fly over. Just like just now, he had given Xiao He half of the life-saving fruit without a second thought, and Xiao He had taken it and eaten it as if it was a matter of course. The feelings between the two had already fused into their blood, and they were closer than family. This was because family was only connected by flesh and blood, but they were connected by soul. After eating the holy fruit, everyone no longer felt hungry. However, they also understood one thing. In this place, they had to conserve all the energy in their bodies at all times. Therefore, the four of them became the same as the small group of martial artists in front of them. They didn't speak, didn't make any useless movements, didn't circulate their divine power, and didn't even move their faces when they looked around. They only moved their eyeballs, as if they had become the living dead. Several days later, the scenery in front of everyone finally changed. A huge mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain was like a standard cone. There was actually a palace at the very top. Although this palace was completely made of black soil, it was still very grand and imposing. Below the palace was like a terraced field. Layer after layer, all of them were dark caves. The higher they went, the fewer caves there were, and the larger they were. At the foot of the mountain, it was densely packed with dark caves. All of the caves added up to about 100,000. Under the dim sky, they were like pairs of green wolf eyes in the dark night, so eye-catching. Although they could see this huge mountain from afar, it took them a full hour to reach the foot of the mountain. The gray-armored team leader waved his hand, and the several gray-armored martial artists behind him silently dispersed and left. Only then did he say to the others, "This is the Rain Emperor tribe, and this mountain is called the Rain Emperor Mountain. 9527, 9528, 9529, 9530. Your residences are on the lowest level, and there are numbers on the cave entrance. Remember, without orders, you can only move around on the first level. If you dare to enter the second level, you will die without a doubt. There are a few stone tablets over there that have a detailed introduction of the Forgotten Land, as well as the iron rules of the Rain Emperor tribe. You can take a closer look." After saying that, the team leader did not waste any more time and walked towards a stairway that led straight up the mountain. Finally, he reached the second level, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The Rain Emperor Mountain was very tall and very steep. At first, the four of them could clearly see that the mountain was divided into 5 levels, but now that they were standing at the foot of the mountain, they could only see the second level. They could not see the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, as well as the palace at the top of the mountain. Moreover, their divine sense seemed to be restricted, and they could not sense the situation on the second level at all. It seemed that there were restrictions on the second level. No. The four of them had just subconsciously used their divine sense, and found that they could not detect the second level at all. However, they had an unexpected discovery. This Rain Emperor Mountain had divine qi. Although it was very thin, so thin that it was completely negligible, at least it was the only place that they had found divine qi since they had been in the Forgotten Land for so long. The four of them once again used their divine sense to scan the first level. They could clearly feel that there were tens of thousands of small caves on the first level, and at least half of them were occupied. However, their arrival not only did not attract any attention, but not even a single person used their divine sense to scan the first level. This Rain Emperor Mountain should have tens of thousands of warriors, but from Yi Qinghan's point of view, it seemed that there were tens of thousands of living dead living here. The four of them could not hold back their confusion, and quickly walked towards the mountain. They walked straight towards the large stone tablets at the entrance of the mountain. No, it should be the large clay tablets. There were 3 clay tablets. The first one introduced the Forgotten Land in detail, the second one introduced the iron rules of the Rain Emperor tribe, and the third one introduced some things in the Forgotten Land. The four of them carefully read the words on the 3 stone tablets several times, and their faces became more and more gloomy, and darker than the black soil that could be seen everywhere. Mother *** cur. Yi Ching Han let out a long breath, and after a long while, he said 4 words. The Divine King and the other 2 also sighed deeply, and said 4 words in unison, Mother *** cur. Chapter 651. Yi Ching Han had always been an optimistic person, even when he was trapped in the god-slaying mountain, forced to the Purple Island by the Divine Master, and sent to the stream of Yin spirits because of Niu Hua Hua. He had never been pessimistic or hopeless, but this time, he felt a deep sense of helplessness from the depths of his soul, and a feeling called despair welled up in his heart. The Forgotten Land was indeed the inner part of the apotheosis of the gods. There was no sunlight, no flowers, no water, no animals, and no vitality. This was a forgotten place, a cursed place. This was a sealed space. The eternal demonic sun in the sky was not a demonic sun, but the deep hole in the center of the Phoenix Cloud Mountains. That was the entrance to the apotheosis of the gods, and also the only exit. However, this exit, for millions of years, no one had ever walked out, never. There were 5 tribes in the Forgotten Land. Other than the Thunder Emperor, Cloud Emperor, Wind Emperor, and Rain Emperor that Yi Ching Han had seen before, there was also a demonic beast tribe. Each of the 5 tribes occupied 5 mountains, and each tribe had a king whose strength was comparable to a 7th-grade war god. These 5 kings had entered the Forgotten Land one after another, and the one who had been here for the longest time had already been here for millions of years. They all had powerful divine abilities, and they had tried countless times to approach the demonic sun in the sky, but none of them had ever succeeded. Finally, they concluded that unless one had the strength of a 9th-grade war god, no one could walk out. Yi Ching Han had heard of the legend of the invincible war god, and Elder Lu had also told him about the legend of the invincible god emperor. An invincible existence who had fused 5 fundamental mysteries and comprehended the super mysteries. However, a legend was a legend, and Yi Ching Han had never heard of an expert who had reached this realm in the immortal realm. Yi Ching Han had never thought of himself as useless. He had cultivated to the divine general realm in just a few decades, and he was very satisfied with his power of understanding. However, he had never been arrogant enough to think that he could reach that realm, and he did not even have much confidence in breaking through to the Divine King realm. Therefore, his heart began to sink. Not only him, the other 3 people's hearts and faces also sank. The light in their eyes also became very dim, just like the group of martial artists just now, lifeless, like the living dead. The 4 of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. They began to walk forward numbly. Finally, after making a big circle, they found their own small cave. The 4 of them glanced at each other again and sighed lightly. Then, they walked into their own caves and started to digest the information on the clay tablets. Or, it could be said that they started to digest the shock and terror in their hearts. The cave wasn't big and was rather dry. There was nothing inside, only black soil. Yi Ching Han sat down on the ground in a daze. He rubbed his face in a messy manner. Finally, he held his face and stared blankly outside. Boss, don't be discouraged. Who knows? My aunt might be able to save us if she finds out. Of course, Xiao He knew what Yi Ching Han was thinking. He jumped out of Yi Ching Han's sleeve and stood in front of Yi Ching Han. His dark eyes were full of concern. If one didn't look at his face and only saw his eyes, one would think that he was a human. Lord Devour? Yi Ching Han's eyes were slightly burning. Yes, Lord Devour was a powerful existence that could defeat an 8th-grade war god. If she was really a legendary 9th-grade war god, then perhaps he and Xiao He could be saved. And the possibility was very high. Yes, I can't be dispirited or pessimistic. As long as there is hope, I can't give up. Yi Ching Han rubbed his face again, telling himself to stay calm. If a person wanted to be strong, the first thing to do was to have a strong heart. If a person's heart was dead, then no matter how he was saved, there was nothing he could do to save him. Yi Ching Han took a few deep breaths and rubbed the space between his eyebrows, trying to calm himself down. Holding Xiao He in his arms, he began to analyze. The Forgotten Land was very strange. There was no divine aura to replenish. The only places with divine energy were the 5 mountains of the 5 tribes. However, the divine aura on the 5 mountains was still extremely thin. For example, in the cave where Yi Ching Han was staying, The divine aura here was nearly 10,000 times thinner than in the heavenly realm. In other words, cultivating for 2 hours in the heavenly realm could replenish 1 month's energy. However, in this place it would take 10,000 hours. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his divine energy to absorb the nearby divine aura. After meditating for an hour, he realized that he had only absorbed a little bit of divine energy. Moreover, meditating and cultivating would also consume the divine power and energy within the body. Yi Qinghan calculated for a moment and decisively gave up on cultivating. God damn it, this little bit of divine energy is not enough. The more I cultivate, the faster it will be consumed. It seems that if I want to survive here, I still need to obtain the holy fruit. The divine energy and energy obtained from cultivating had not been consumed much. If he continued to meditate, he would die even faster. If he continued like this, he would starve to death. The only way was to obtain the holy fruit. The method of obtaining the holy fruit was not explained in detail on the clay tablet. It was only a brief description. However, from the few lines, Yi Qinghan could sense that obtaining the holy fruit would be extremely difficult. In order to obtain the holy fruit, one not only had to kill people, but they also had to kill demonic beasts. In the Forgotten Lands, there were 10 places where the holy fruit grew. The fruits ripened once every 3 months. However, only a few hundred ripened each time. Each of the 5 great tribes had tens of thousands of people, and there were constantly cultivators who were accidentally sucked in from the outside. The more people there were, the less porridge there was, so the 5 great monarchs set a rule. Counterattack. 10 days before the holy fruit ripened, each tribe would send out 10 teams of 100 people to fight together. In the end, when only one tribe's cultivators were left, the holy fruit would belong to that tribe. This counterattack system was very cruel, and thousands of people would die every time. However, Yi Qinghan knew very well that this system was actually secretly consuming the population of the Forgotten Lands. After all, people were constantly falling into this place, and the population was increasing. If this continued, the Forgotten Lands would also erupt into a war. People were going to die anyway, and this kind of controlled death would not cause chaos. We can only participate in the counterattack. Xiao He and I each have half a holy fruit, which can barely support us for 3 months. If we don't get the holy fruit in 3 months, perhaps before Lord Devour comes to save us, the 2 of us will become weaker and weaker, and finally starve to death. Yi Qinghan revealed a trace of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. He and Xiao He needed to consume double the holy fruit. No wonder he gave half of the holy fruit to Xiao He on the way, and that group of cultivators looked at him strangely. Xiao He, go into the beast space. Don't come out until the counterattack arrives. We have to try our best to save the energy in our bodies. Before we get enough holy fruit, don't communicate too much in the future. Yi Qinghan finally understood why the 20,000 warriors on the first floor were like the living dead. Because they didn't dare to move or speak. The only thing they could do was to meditate. Of course, they didn't dare to cultivate divine power while meditating. They could only comprehend the principle. Only in this way could he minimize the amount of divine power and energy consumed in his body and live a little longer. Recalling Xiao He back into the beast space, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and began to comprehend the principle, becoming one of the tens of thousands of living dead. Chapter 652. The entire Rain Emperor Mountain was as quiet as a dead mountain. Although there were often martial artists who walked down the straight stairway and took away 5 other martial artists on the first floor, no one made a sound. Not even the sound of their footsteps could be heard. It was as if they were floating. At first, Yi Qinghan would occasionally exchange a few words with the 3 martial artists who had come with him. Occasionally, he would also check on the martial artists who came in and out. However, after a few days, he no longer cared about these things and began to wholeheartedly comprehend the principles. However, he had already comprehended several profound mysteries to great success. He had no clue about the new principles he wanted to comprehend. In the end, he could only start to study the soul-quieting technique in his mind. According to the information in his mind, Yi Qinghan knew that the soul-quieting technique was divided into 5 levels. The first level was the one Yi Qinghan first entered on the Calm Lake Island. It was the most ordinary level. The second level was the one he entered with Yu Qingqing when the Golden Horn God race descended. It was the deepest level of the soul-quieting technique. The first and second levels could only be entered passively and could only be entered by chance. However, The third level could be entered voluntarily. If one comprehended the fourth level, they could enter it at any time. If one could comprehend the fifth level, it would be amazing. Not only could one enter it at any time, but the speed of cultivation in this state would be twice as fast as the second level. Originally, the second level's cultivation speed was already 3 times faster than usual. Now, it was going to be 2 times faster than the original foundation. This speed was even more terrifying than cultivating in the Dream Palace. However, this technique was very strange. Yi Qinghan was confused just by looking at the requirements for comprehending the third level. As long as one could successfully cultivate the third level, they would be able to control their consciousness to enter the soul-quieting technique. Although it was not a 100% success rate, it was already very terrifying to be able to do so. The method of comprehension was very primitive and boring. It could even be said that it was a bit simple. He required the cultivator to calm down every time they comprehended and recall the moment they entered the soul-quieting technique. Each time they comprehended, they had to recall the moment they entered the soul-quieting technique more than 10,000 times. If they paused in the middle, or if their mind was distracted, it would affect them. Yi Qinghan's mental fortitude was very strong. He had stayed alone in the Fallen God Mountain for 5 years and had meditated in the Carefree Pavilion for 10 years. Therefore, he believed that this should not be a big problem for him. Therefore, this method was a bit simple. He began to recall the scene of entering the soul-quieting technique over and over again. However, when he thought about Yu Qingqing, he couldn't help but think about Yu Qingqing. He couldn't help but think about Yu Qingqing. He thought about Yu Qingqing. Then, he thought about Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingguo, and finally, Yi Yao Rao should have known that he had fallen into the sealed God Valley by now. Mo Wuji couldn't imagine what kind of reaction Yi Yao Rao would have if she knew that he had fallen into this place. Yi as cold as she could as she was as any woman. She was. He was as she was as she as he. Back then, she had dared to risk her life to find him. Now that their relationship had deepened, what kind of stupid thing would she do? There was also Yu Qingqing and the others. A year had passed in the divine world, and 2 years had passed in the flame dragon continent. Yi on Yi and Yi on 2. Yi 2 on as heaven on 2 as 2 years as 2 as was 2. Yi as they were as they. Although he had left them some divine crystals, god generals who had refined divine crystals had the same strength as first-tier god generals. They had come to the divine realm as first-tier god generals, and they were so inexperienced. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. He thought about the flame dragon continent. Did Lord Devour know that he and Xiao He were sucked into this god-forsaken place? And even if she knew, would she help to buy the flame dragon plane? If she didn't, what would happen to the flame dragon continent? There were too many uncertainties and possibilities. He didn't dare to think further. He opened his eyes and angrily patted the unfettered ring a few times. In this god-forsaken place, the carefree ring was completely useless. He couldn't sense the existence of the carefree pavilion, let alone open the transportation gate. However, he knew that since 7th grade war gods couldn't get out of this place, it was unrealistic to use a spatial divine item to leave. Still, he was very angry. After pent-up anger for a long time, he forced himself to calm down and continued to cultivate the soul quietude technique. However, every time, he would automatically recall those frightening facts, which made him unable to calm down. Only now did he realize that the third level of soul quietude was not simple. It wasn't just boring and complicated, but extremely difficult. He wasn't trying to comprehend the laws, but to recall the past. When he recalled the past, his thoughts would occasionally jump, and he would recall more of the past. Then, he would fail. Every time he tried to comprehend the past, he had to recall 10,000 times. Moreover, he wasn't sure how many times he had to recall before he could succeed. This kind of cultivation was even more difficult than defying the natural order. However, if he didn't comprehend the soul quietude technique, what could he comprehend? If he didn't cultivate, what could he do? He couldn't talk to anyone, couldn't walk, and couldn't even swim. In the end, he could only let his imagination run wild. He didn't know if he would go crazy if he continued like this. However, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He started to panic and fear. He had always thought that his mental fortitude was strong enough. However, at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. Although he was a god, he wasn't an immortal who had severed his 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only now did he understand that the gods in this world weren't actually gods. They were just slightly stronger martial artists. He had too many things that he couldn't let go of, too many concerns, and too many things that he cared about. All along, he had been suppressing his heart and not thinking about them. There was no use in thinking about them, and there was no use in worrying about them. It was better not to think about them. Therefore, the moment he arrived, he forced himself to cultivate. However, this cultivation method was too strange. Unknowingly, he started to recall some things that he was very worried about. Now, he couldn't stop it. His mind was already in chaos, and his heart demons were starting to flare up. In the Phoenix Cloud Mountains passageway, Yi Ching Han had used the Slaughter God blade to deal with the wandering war god. However, before the baleful aura could completely invade his mind, it was sucked into this place. After arriving at the Forgotten Land, he realized that the baleful aura in his mind had completely disappeared. It was only hidden in a corner of his mind. However, at this moment, it was slowly stimulated, and his eyes unknowingly turned red. "Boss, are you able to withstand it?" Xiao He was very clear about Yi Ching Han's current state, so he transmitted a message to him worriedly. He could already sense that Yi Ching Han had taken out a dagger from his interspatial ring. He was prepared to mutilate himself. Yi Ching Han didn't continue to sit cross-legged. Instead, he raised his head and fell to the ground. He started to roar as he held the dagger tightly in his hand. He was prepared to stab himself at any moment. The iron law of the Rain Emperor Mountain was very clear. Not to mention killing people, even if they caused trouble, they would be killed immediately. Without a choice, Yi Ching Han could only mutilate himself and use the soul ring to vent the baleful aura in his mind. However, after a moment, Yi Ching Han slowly loosened his grip on the dagger. After another moment, he opened his eyes in astonishment. His blood-red eyes had already regained their clarity. He frowned doubtfully and transmitted a message to Xiao He. "I'm fine. This place is very strange. The baleful aura is automatically suppressed, and it was completely suppressed in such a short time." Chapter 653. In such a short period of time, even Yi Yao Rao's cold qi would not be able to get rid of his murderous intent. He didn't expect this place to be so strange. However, there were too many strange places in the Forgotten Land. Yi Ching Han was not too shocked, just a little surprised. He began to lie on the ground, not thinking about anything, nor did he cultivate. He just lay there in a daze, staring at the black soil at the top of the cave in a daze. Slowly, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. After breaking through to the immortal realm, there was no need for sleep or food. However, Yi Ching Han fell asleep in a very strange way. He fell asleep without even noticing. Dong! A crisp sound echoed in the Rain Emperor Mountain. It was not loud, but it woke up all the warriors on the first floor of the mountain. Yi Ching Han was also woken up. He opened his eyes and looked at the black soil on top of the cave. He didn't know where he was and felt like he was in a dream. "Little brother Yi, the battle is about to start. Do you want to join?" At this moment, a voice transmission came from outside the cave, causing Yi Ching Han to wake up slightly. He remembered that the owner of this voice was a peak divine general martial artist who had come with him to the Forgotten Land, Ming Qing Shan. Then, he was slightly shocked. He clearly remembered that there were still 2 months left before the battle. What was going on? Right. He seemed to have slept? No. How could he have slept for 2 months? Yi Ching Han's eyes widened. This was simply inconceivable. No matter how tired he was, he couldn't have slept for 2 months. Moreover, he seemed to have fallen asleep without feeling anything at all. This was too abnormal. He ignored Ming Qingshan's voice and sat down cross-legged to check his body. This was not normal. He was afraid that there was something wrong with his body. After checking, there was nothing wrong with his body. However, he found that his soul seemed to have changed a little. Originally, his soul was like an ocean, made of a sponge-like translucent liquid, floating in his mind. But now, there seemed to be a faint black line in the middle of his soul sea. It seemed to have split his soul sea in half. However, this black line was very short and did not completely separate his soul sea. When did the black line appear? How come I didn't know? What is this? Yi Ching Han was a little alarmed as he looked into his soul sea a few more times. However, he found that the short black line was still there. He couldn't help but feel a little frightened. The soul was the most important thing to a person. Now, an inexplicable thing had suddenly appeared in his soul. How could he not be terrified? Little brother Yi? Ming Qingshan transmitted his voice again. He knew that Yi Qinghan had given half of the holy fruits to Xiao He, so he was sure that Yi Qinghan would definitely participate in the upcoming battle. Now that Yi Qinghan had not come out, he asked curiously. Big brother Ming, I'll be right out. Yi Qinghan scanned the soul ocean several times again, and then spread out his soul consciousness. He was sure that there was only one more black line in his soul, but it didn't have any strange changes, and it wasn't stuck to any other place. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have much time to think. He stood up and walked outside. The flat ground outside, which was originally empty, was now filled with people. It was a dense mass of nearly 10,000 people. Everyone stood quietly on the black soil. No one spoke. Many people even closed their eyes. So many people. Yi Qinghan was a little confused as he looked at the densely packed crowd. Didn't they only need 1,000 people for each battle? So many people wanted to participate. Who would go? It was written very clearly on the tablet. Each battle had to be fought until there was only one tribe left. Then, in a battlefield of 500 people, only 100 people could survive in the end. It might even be less. The death rate was so high. Why did so many people want to participate in the battle? Yi Qinghan scanned with his soul consciousness and found that he didn't know what cultivation realm these 10,000 people were at. Because they didn't use their divine power, he didn't dare to sense their auras. He began to worry. 2 months had passed. If he didn't qualify to participate in the battle, he was afraid that his body would be very weak in the next battle. Moreover, his divine power wouldn't be at its peak. If he participated in the battle, he would die more easily. Shoo shoo shoo. On the sky stairway in the mountain, rows of warriors appeared out of thin air. There were about 100 of them. There was a star on the left chest of their armor. They were all captains. The one at the front had 2 stars. His armor was darker. Obviously, his position was higher. Shoo shoo shoo. Greetings, Commander. When these 100 people appeared on the heaven's stairway, all the cultivators who had their eyes closed opened their eyes. Their eyes no longer had the deathly aura and calmness from before. Instead, they were filled with a fiery passion. They all shouted in unison, but their bodies did not move. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that they were living people and not a group of numb, living dead. The battle has begun. Same rules. The warriors who joined the tribe within half a year have the right to join first. The rest of the people will be selected by drawing lots. Warriors who want to participate in the battle, stand on the left. The commander with the 2 stars silently led his men down. He didn't express too much and only opened his mouth to speak indifferently. Then, he became silent again. Yi Qinghan, Ming Qingshan, and the other 2 warriors looked at each other. They were secretly happy and walked to the left without hesitation. Behind them, more than 10 warriors walked over. After waiting for a while, the commander saw that no one was coming. He flipped his hand, and countless black mud balls appeared in his hand. He waved his hand at the warriors who were standing in front of him. These mud balls flew towards them. When the warriors in front saw these mud balls flying towards them, their eyes burned with passion. They grabbed a mud ball, but no one dared to grab more. The black-armored commander continued to take out mud balls and waved them in front of him. When everyone got a mud ball, he stopped what Yi Qinghan thought was a silly action. Those who didn't get one, go back. Those who got it, follow me, said the black-armored commander indifferently. Then, he led the 100 captains towards the west in silence. Yi Qinghan blinked doubtfully and followed. However, he turned his head to look back. Nearly 1,000 warriors separated from the rest. They walked over excitedly with fervent eyes. The others returned to their zombie-like state. They threw the mud balls in their hands on the ground and walked back to their caves in silence. Big Brother Oxhead, did you see it clearly? Yi Qinghan turned to look at the God King martial artist beside him and transmitted his voice. The martial artist called Oxhead by Yi Qinghan shook his head and transmitted his voice. I feel that this Naiwan is exactly the same. There is no difference at all. The 4 of them exchanged glances again, their eyes filled with doubt. This method of drawing lots was really unique. Even the second-layer god King Oxhead couldn't find anything special about it. Moreover, why was everyone so enthusiastic about this battle? Did they think that there was no meaning in living? Did they want to die? The 1,000 or so people began to silently march. After walking for 3 days, the black-armored commander in front of them finally stopped. The 100 or so people began to split into 2 groups. One group had 70 people, while the other had 30 people. They stood on the left and right sides of the black-armored commander. The black-armored commander pointed at the 2 groups and said expressionlessly, "God generals, follow these 70 people. God kings, follow these 30 people. God emperors, follow me. I hope I can still see you in 1 month." Chapter 654. Brother Oxhead, good luck. The 3 of you are lucky too. Yi Ching Han and the other 2 god generals followed the crowd. Oxhead God King and a few hundred people walked to the right. Another 100 people walked towards the black-armored commander. The 4 of them smiled and communicated. There was nothing much to say in such a situation. They were all in the same boat and no one could guarantee that they would survive. They could only pray that the goddess of luck would take care of them. Yi Ching Han looked at the 100 martial artists beside the black-armored commander and was slightly shocked. He didn't expect there to be 100 god emperors here. No one circulated their divine power and no one could tell each other's strength. But how could this black-armored commander easily know that there were god kings and god emperors here? And from his distribution of people, he seemed to know the strength of the martial artists here. Moreover, Yi Ching Han scanned with his divine sense and discovered something strange. There were exactly 600 god generals and exactly 300 god kings. As for the remaining god emperors, there were exactly 100. The method of drawing lots was so simple. Was this a coincidence? Or was it secretly controlled by the black-armored commander? The black-armored commander naturally wouldn't answer Yi Ching Han's doubts. He didn't say anything else and led the 100 god emperors forward. The 300 god kings led the 30 captains to the right. Yi Ching Han and the 600 people naturally followed the 70 people to the left. After walking in silence for another day, the 600 people split into groups again. Every 100 people followed 10 captains and they fanned out. There were 10 captains who didn't bring anyone and they walked forward quickly. The 2 god generals with Yi Ching Han seemed to be separated on purpose. The 3 of them stayed in different groups. Good luck. The 3 of them looked at each other and said the same word before following the team leader. The 6 teams began to disperse and advance forward. An hour later, they all disappeared into the black soil in the distance. There was still no strange scenery around them. There was only a layer of black soil. It wasn't until 2 days later that there was a slight change in the scenery ahead. In the darkness ahead, a red patch appeared. It was a small hill, and the soil on the hill was actually red. On the hillside, Yi Ching Han also saw a smear of green that he hadn't seen in a long time, as well as countless white and red holy fruits mixed in the green. Next to the mountain, there were people and a demonic beast. There were 4 people, all wearing black, white, cyan, and purple armors. The demonic beast was a brown ape-shaped demonic beast. However, the strange thing was that the 4 cultivators and the monstrous beast were sitting side by side with their eyes closed. Moreover, they were sitting very close to each other. The combined size of the 4 cultivators was almost the same size as the monstrous beast. This scene looked very comical, or perhaps it could be said that it was extremely awkward. Is this a demonic beast? Or are they all statues? Yi Ching Han blinked his eyes and slightly opened his mouth. He almost used his soul consciousness to check whether the people in front of him were dead or alive. However, this scene was a bit strange, and he didn't dare to take the risk. In the divine realm, demonic beasts roamed freely. Martial artists and demonic beasts had always been sworn enemies. When they met, even if they didn't fight to the death, one side would run away. There had never been a situation where humans and martial artists coexisted peacefully. Greetings, 5 guardian lords. However, as the team approached, the strange behavior of the 10 squad leaders in front completely shocked Yi Ching Han. These 10 people actually walked in front of the 4 people and one demonic beast and respectfully bowed to them. Enter the battlefield. The 4 people opened their eyes. Finally, the ape-like demonic beast also opened its eyes, revealing a pair of brown eyes. Its eyes swept over the crowd coldly and then closed again. Only one of the 4 cultivators said lightly. The others glanced at it and then closed their eyes again. Yi Qinghan and the two cultivators who came for the first time swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and stared at the demonic beast in disbelief. This place was really strange. Demonic beasts could actually coexist peacefully with martial artists. But looking at the situation, it seemed that this demonic beast already had intelligence? But didn't only high-level demonic beasts have intelligence? Although this demonic beast was huge, it was about the same size as the level 2 and level 3 demonic beasts outside. Wasn't the bigger the demonic beast, the higher the level? Yes. The 10 squad leaders respectfully bowed to the 4 people and one demonic beast again. They glanced behind them and walked towards the other side of the red hillside. Yi Qinghan looked at the martial artists in front of him. His expression didn't change much as he followed the squad leaders. He didn't dare to think too much and didn't dare to look too much. He just followed the crowd forward. After turning on the left side of the red hillside, Yi Qinghan could clearly observe the situation on the hillside. In the Forgotten Land, Yi Qinghan had always seen the same black soil. But the soil on this hillside was actually red. Moreover, the red soil was very hard to separate from the black soil below, as if someone had placed the sacred fruit hill on the black soil. There were hundreds of trees on the hillside. The trees weren't tall, only half a meter. There were very few leaves on them, only 7 or 8. The leaves were oval, and the veins on them were very clear. Every tree had a small fruit, exuding a tempting fragrance and a faint divine light. There are about 300 fruits here. I wonder how many fruits there are in the other 9 places? But it should be the place where God King martial artists fought, so there should be more fruits. The place where God Emperors fought might have the most fruits. Why can't I see the battlefield? Could it be that they are fighting in the open space? I don't see any martial artists from other tribes. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. Unknowingly, he had already turned around the hillside. At this time, Yi Qinghan finally knew where the battlefield was. Because there was a huge transparent barrier in front of him. Inside the barrier was a pentagonal field. The field was not big nor small. It was probably enough for a few hundred people to fight. At this moment, there were 2 squads of martial artists sitting in 2 corners of the barrier. They were all resting with their eyes closed. The arrival of Yi Qinghan and the rest didn't attract any attention. There were also 10 martial artists sitting cross-legged outside the 2 squads. It seemed like they were also squad leaders. Go in. One day later, the battle will begin. The 10 squad leaders walked straight to an empty corner. Then, one of them turned his head and said something. Then, he also sat cross-legged outside the barrier with his eyes closed. Yi Qinghan followed the crowd and walked inside the barrier. However, this barrier seemed to be non-existent. Everyone casually walked in and sat cross-legged in this corner. They began to close their eyes and rest. This King place. The place is strange. The people are strange. Even the barrier is so strange. Yi Qinghan forcefully endured the awkwardness in his heart and sighed slightly. This place was strange and abnormal everywhere. It made people feel uncomfortable all over. He didn't know if he would end up like these people if he stayed here for a long time, turning into a state that was neither alive nor dead. Newcomer, don't sigh. Rest and prepare for battle. Yi Qinghan's sigh attracted the attention of a martial artist beside him. This martial artist glanced at Yi Qinghan and fell silent for a moment. Then, he closed his eyes and transmitted a voice transmission. Chapter 655. Yi Qinghan looked at the warrior on his left in surprise. His face was filled with astonishment. Then surprise turned into surprise and surprise turned into joy. Finally, joy turned into respect and gratitude. He had talked to at least 5 warriors in this godforsaken place, but in the end, no one paid any attention to him. They didn't even bother to look at him. His understanding of the Forgotten Land came from his eyes and the 3 clay tablets at the foot of the Rain Emperor Mountain, which gave him some basic information about this place. At this moment, someone was willing to talk to him and answer his questions. How could he not be excited? He tried his best to calm himself down before transmitting his voice respectfully. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Can I ask you a few questions? The warrior didn't reply for a long time. Just when Yi Qinghan was a little disappointed, the warrior said, 3. Yi Qinghan's face lit up and he nodded heavily. Then he started to think. It was a rare opportunity, so he had to cherish it. After thinking for a while, he turned to the warrior and said, Sir, Is there any other way to get the holy fruit in this place, besides fighting against the odds? Yes. This time, the martial artist's voice transmission was very fast, but his answer was very simple, only one word. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He knew that the most important thing right now was to obtain enough holy fruits. Only then would he be able to survive. Only by surviving would there be hope. So he asked nervously, "What is it?" "Enter the second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain." The second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain? Yi Qinghan thought of the captain's words. Without orders, if anyone dares to enter the second floor, he will be killed. Then he thought of the second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain. The people who came down from the sky stairway all appeared out of thin air. Now he understood that there must be a restriction on the second floor. From the first floor, he couldn't see what was going on in the second floor, not even with his soul consciousness. There must be something else in the second floor. Yi Qinghan asked again, "How do I enter the second floor?" "Fight against the odds 10 times. The warrior replied again. Every time he sent a message, it was short. It seemed that saying one more word would consume a lot of energy. F***ck. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes in his mind. The words of a martial artist were as good as nothing. If Lin Fan was able to survive even after fighting 10 times, he should not be lacking in holy fruits in the near future. Moreover, the qualification to fight against the heavens was decided by the strange method of drawing lots. If one's luck was bad, or if someone was controlling it, who knew how long it would take to fight against the heavens 10 times? Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to survive 10 times. He realized that he was asking in the wrong direction, so he asked about Anijan again. "Senior, are all the warriors here at the Divine General Realm?" The martial artists here usually did not use their divine power, so it was impossible to determine their cultivation realms. However, he felt that they should all be at the God General Realm. Otherwise, that black-armored martial artist would not have separated the God Generals, God Kings, and God Emperors. However, he didn't receive any reply this time. The cultivator went completely silent. When Yi Qinghan received no reply, he cupped his fists and bowed to this cultivator. Then he turned around and closed his eyes, deep in thought. One could enter the second level of the Rain Emperor Mountain by fighting against the heavens 10 times? No wonder so many martial artists signed up at the beginning of the heavens 10 times. The martial artists who drew lots were so excited. It seemed that they all wanted to fight against the heavens 10 times and enter the second level. What was in the second level? Was it worth risking their lives for? After sitting for a while, another team arrived. They were all in purple armor. They were from the Thunder God tribe. In addition to the people from the Cloud Emperor tribe and the Wind Emperor tribe, only the people from the Demonic Beast tribe were left. After the martial artists from the Thunder Emperor tribe came in, they didn't say much. They sat down in an empty corner in silence. After another half a day, a group of demonic beasts came from afar. Different from the martial artists of the 4 tribes, this group of demonic beasts walked with great momentum. They were aggressive and their eyes were blood-red. They were exactly the same as the demonic beasts that Yi Qinghan encountered outside. Moreover, they were all the same as the demonic beasts in front of the Red Hill. They were all apes. However, they were much smaller, about the size of a human martial artist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When this group of demonic ape beasts all rushed into the defensive barrier, all the cultivators sitting cross-legged inside opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes no longer had the usual calmness and deathly chi. Instead, they were filled with a fervent desire to fight. 400 pairs of eyes locked onto the demonic beasts that were charging at them. Buzz! When the last demonic beast entered the protective cover, the transparent cover suddenly changed color. It emitted a 7-colored radiance. Then, the 7-colored radiance gradually turned black. In the end, the entire battlefield looked like it was covered by a black bag that didn't let a single ray of light through. It was pitch black and one couldn't even see their own fingers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, the 4 corners of the battlefield lit up with countless radiance. Countless martial artists released their divine power completely. Colorful divine radiance flickered inside the protective cover. The originally peaceful and tranquil space was like a stone thrown into a pool of stagnant water, causing 1,000 ripples. The atmosphere of the entire space became extremely oppressive. The pressure from the divine power filled the entire protective cover. Even the air seemed to be burning at this moment. Yi Qinghan took out his flexible sword from his interspatial ring and stood up. He looked at the martial artists around him and felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, he felt that everyone was like a living, breathing human being. They were all powerful gods. It was unknown whether it was because of the atmosphere or because he saw the group of zombies coming back to life, but Yi Qinghan's eyes started to burn with passion. His fighting intent rose. At the same time, he revealed a smile. It was a smile that was filled with confidence. He realized that all the martial artists here were God General Realm. More than half of them were peak stage God General Realm martial artists. It didn't matter if they were peak stage God General Realm martial artists or peak stage God General Realm martial artists. As long as they were in the God General Realm, Yi Qinghan was completely at ease. Because he had the Slaughter God Blade, he was invincible among the God General Realm martial artists. Ayo! 100 brown apes waved their sharp claws and bared their teeth as they roared. Then, they turned into a brown torrent and rushed towards the nearest Cloud Emperor tribe martial artists. Swish! Yi Qinghan realized that the moment the demonic beasts moved, all the martial artists moved as well. All of them rushed towards the same direction. Yi Qinghan smiled again as he followed the crowd. However, he didn't activate so close, yet worlds apart. Instead, he relied on his own god power to rush forward. His speed as a first-stage god general was much slower than the rest. Unknowingly, he had fallen behind the rest. Bang! The martial artists from the 4 tribes all made their moves. Their target was the same. All of them attacked the ape demonic beasts. Instantly, all kinds of colorful auras danced around the battlefield. It was a beautiful sight. These demonic beasts don't have any intelligence. They will attack anyone they see. The other 4 tribes are all human martial artists. Of course, they will attack the demonic beasts first. 400 against 100. Without a doubt, these demonic beasts will be the first to die. If that's the case, what's the point of these demonic beasts joining the battle? Yi Qinghan watched as the demonic beasts fell one by one under the weapons of the crowd. He was puzzled. Strange things really happened one after another in this place. The flexible sword spat out a semicircular aura that flew towards the demonic beasts. From the outside, it seemed like Yi Qinghan had already used all his strength. However, he knew very well that he didn't use all his strength. Furthermore, he noticed that the surrounding martial artists also didn't use all their strength. In this kind of chaotic battle, those who used all their strength at the start would usually die the fastest. However, as the demonic beasts fell one by one, fresh blood flowed continuously on the black soil. Yi Qinghan started to realize that something was wrong. He didn't use the Slaughter God Blade, but the killing intent in his mind started to act up. His killing intent started to surge. He forcefully suppressed the urge to take out the Slaughter God Blade and kill everyone in front of him. Instead, he started to observe his surroundings. However, when he used his divine senses to scan the surroundings, he was extremely shocked. He realized that all the martial artists around him had unknowingly started to have a blood-red color in their eyes. It was the same blood-red color as his. Chapter 656. Bang! Intense shockwaves reverberated in the surroundings. As the battle continued, the scene became a little chaotic. The 4 teams surrounded the demonic beasts and continuously attacked them from afar. It was inevitable that there would be accidental injuries. However, the warriors on the scene desperately suppressed their desire to counterattack. Even if they wanted to counterattack, they had to wait until these demonic beasts were almost all dead. At this moment, Yi Qinghan could clearly determine that although these demonic apes were small in size, they were all 4th-grade demonic beasts. Their strength was comparable to a peak god general. This was because less than half of the 100 demonic beasts had fallen under the continuous attacks of the demonic apes. Furthermore, most of the fallen demonic beasts were still alive. They were still baring their fangs and roaring at the crowd. The shockwaves that Yi Qinghan unleashed could only cause a few hairs to fall on the fur of the demonic apes. The defense of these demonic apes was extremely strong. Of course, no matter how strong a demonic beast's defense was, it was still a low-level demonic beast. It had no intelligence and only knew how to charge forward with all its might. It waved its sharp claws and slashed at the warriors in front of it. However, the shockwaves that came from all directions made it extremely difficult for them to take a step forward. As they charged forward fearlessly and tenaciously, a few demonic beasts finally approached the warriors of the Cloud Emperor tribe. Of course, The warriors of the Cloud Emperor tribe were not fools. If they were to engage in close combat with the demonic beasts, not only would they be injured or killed by the demonic beasts, but they would also have to withstand the firepower of the other 3 tribes. Although their eyes had already turned very red, they still strongly suppressed their impulses and began to wander to the sides. As they wandered around, the battlefield started to become a little chaotic. The battlefield was only so big, and there were already some accidental injuries just now. Now, there were even more accidental injuries. Hence, the warriors from the Cloud Emperor tribe started to have conflicts with the troops from the Wind Emperor tribe and the troops that Yi Qinghan was in. When there was friction, blood would flow, and people would die. When people died, the scene became even more chaotic. When blood flowed, the smell of blood in the air became even stronger. Everyone's eyes became even more bloodshot. In the end, a chaotic battle broke out unknowingly. Although everyone tried their best to suppress their inner desire to kill and make themselves more clear-headed, it was not something that could be controlled easily. The most serious thing was, in the end, the warriors of the same tribe also started to kill each other. Kill, kill. Yi Qinghan's eyes also turned bloodshot, but he was extremely confident. At this moment, he was the most clear-headed person in the field. Although his realm was one of the lowest among all the martial artists present, he had the advantage of experience. He had entered this state countless times in the baleful Een stream. Furthermore, the baleful aura in the slaughter god blade was incomparably ferocious. It surged into his mind in an instant and was incomparably domineering. Right now, the baleful aura here was still slowly affecting him. It was very gentle. Although it had some effect on him, it was not to the extent of making him go crazy. Therefore, he secretly merged with his battle beast and aimed at a second-stage immortal general from the Emperor Cloud tribe. He attacked ferociously, causing the warrior's eyes to turn bloodshot as he swung his saber at him. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he chopped him into pieces. Good timing. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up slightly as his feet slid continuously. Because his speed was too fast, he created afterimages. So near, yet worlds apart, combined the profound mystery of wind and shadow step. Not only was his speed fast, but he was also abnormally nimble. His ability to dodge attacks in a small area had reached a terrifying level. He started to move his body quietly, guiding the warrior towards a corner of the battlefield. At this moment, most of the warriors had already gone crazy. However, there were still some warriors with strong souls who could barely maintain a trace of consciousness. They also started to move towards the corner. No matter how strong you were, you might be chopped up by random attacks from the side if you fought in the center of the battlefield. Even if you completely went crazy in the end, you would at least be able to fight to the end. You might even survive. Damn it! This Enrich is really too much of a sissy. If I fight in this kind of battlefield every time, let alone 10 consecutive victories, I am even confident of winning 100 consecutive victories. Yi Qinghan and the warrior from the Cloud Emperor tribe were engaged in an intense battle. This warrior obviously cultivated the Earth Law, so his defense was very strong. When Yi Qinghan's flexible sword slashed across his body, it felt like he was slashing a piece of godly metal. At most, he could only pierce through this warrior's armor. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't want to kill him. If he wanted to, Yi Qinghan could instantly kill him. However, it was still extremely difficult and exhausting for him to fight against this warrior. There were 40 squad leaders from various tribes sitting outside. Yi Qinghan reckoned that since they could become squad leaders, they should at least be elites. Moreover, there were 5 guardians of unknown strength sitting cross-legged on the red hillside. Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if this battle was being monitored by these important figures. Of course, he couldn't be too conspicuous at the start. As for the later stages, there was nothing he could do. If he didn't be conspicuous, he could only lie on the ground. As he fought, Yi Qinghan started to observe the experts on the battlefield. The strength of the warriors on the battlefield was somewhat messy. There were 7 or 8 first-layer divine general warriors like Yi Qinghan. However, apart from Yi Qinghan, the rest were lying on the black and red soil. There were many pinnacle divine general warriors on the battlefield. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them with extremely powerful attacks. It was as though they had fallen from the sky. Every time they attacked, a warrior would fall to the ground with severe injuries. Some would even turn their opponents into minced meat. Their attacks were extremely terrifying. However, Yi Qinghan didn't really care about these people. He only cared about two people. One of them was wearing purple armor and was a member of the Thunder Emperor tribe. This person carried a green wooden stick and was abnormally short. He was probably less than 1.4 meters tall. However, he was exceptionally eye-catching. This was because he had never moved his body. He released a light blue barrier around his body. No matter how the surrounding warriors attacked him, he would return a blow with his stick when someone slashed at him. Strangely, when the attacks of the surrounding warriors landed on his light blue barrier, it was as though they were hitting water. Not only did their speed decrease greatly, but it also reflected the attacks of the weaker warriors. The weapons of the weaker warriors were even repelled. However, his green wooden stick was able to send the attacking warriors flying with a casual strike. His attack and defense were frighteningly strong. There was another person wearing gray armor from the Rain Emperor tribe. His defense was also frighteningly strong. Even if the dozens of powerful warriors on the battlefield hit him, they would at most be sent flying. However, he would continue to stand up while shaking his head. He had been sent flying dozens of times, but there wasn't a single wound on his body. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. After an hour, Yi Qinghan was still fighting happily with the warrior from the Cloud Emperor tribe. However, out of the hundreds of people on the battlefield, there were only slightly more than 100 warriors left. Of course, the remaining warriors were all experts. As for the 100 demonic beasts, they had already been chopped into pieces. More blood was flowing on the ground, and the smell of blood in the air was getting thicker. Unavoidably, Yi Qinghan's breathing became faster and faster. Persevere, persevere. Yi Qinghan arched his back and roared softly. In his mind, he kept telling himself to persevere for a while more. The longer he persevered, the higher his chances would be. After all, the warriors here were different from the ones outside. Furthermore, these warriors were all in a frenzied state. He wasn't sure if the Slaughter God Blade's murderous aura would have a big effect on them. Persevere, persevere. I can't persevere anymore. Yi Qinghan roared again. The flexible sword in his hand flew and landed heavily on the chest of the opponent, forcing him to take a few steps back. Yi Qinghan then kept the flexible sword and flipped his hand. A long, black blade appeared in his hand. Chapter 657. The moment Yi Qinghan held onto the Slaughter God blade, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His mind was completely invaded by a murderous aura. His entire being was the same as the martial artists in the arena. He had become a killing machine that only knew how to kill. The martial artists on the battlefield did not notice that the aura in the air had become colder. An evil and cold aura had started to envelop the entire battlefield. At this moment, their minds had already gone crazy. Of course, they did not care about these things. They only knew that they had to tear everyone in front of them into pieces. Until no one was left standing. However, all of them subconsciously sat down at the same time. Their bodies trembled slightly. Actually, it was very risky for Yi Qinghan to use the Slaughter God blade. That was because everyone's minds had already gone crazy. The murderous aura in the Slaughter God blade was actually some negative emotions. If these negative emotions did not affect these martial artists, Yi Qinghan would be in grave danger. However, Yi Qinghan had no other choice. If he did not wish to die, he had to kill. If he wanted to kill these peak god general martial artists, he had to use the Slaughter God blade. Of course, he still had a killer weapon, which was Xiao Hei's necklace. However, using the Slaughter God blade here might not have too much of an impact. After all the martial artists here had gone crazy. After the chaotic battle, the captain and the 5 guardians outside would not find it strange. However, if that necklace was activated, the strong energy fluctuations would definitely attract everyone's attention. At that time, Xiao Hei would definitely be in danger. Although he knew that if he died, Xiao Hei would still be attacked and that necklace would be activated, he felt that he was already dead. Since he was already dead, he did not know anything. Of course, he did not care so much. Chi! The Slaughter God blade in Yi Qinghan's hands started to dance. Every time he swung it, a murderous aura would be released. The air in the battlefield also became colder. The black fog that surged out from the Slaughter God blade also gradually enveloped the entire protective shield. The originally pitch-black protective shield became even darker. Even the countless figures shining with divine power were completely engulfed by the black fog. With the first slash, the countless cultivators trembled slightly again. However, they continued to attack the cultivators beside them in a frenzy. The second slash caused all the cultivators to tremble even more violently. As for the second-layer divine general who was fighting with Yi Qinghan, he started rolling on the ground while clutching his head. With the third slash, the intense battle in the field suddenly stopped, and more martial artists began to roll on the ground. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot. He bent his body and charged towards the martial artist who was rolling on the ground with the slaughter god blade in his hand. He started to hack at the martial artist's body. Only when the martial artist had completely stopped breathing did he turn around and rush towards the center of the battlefield. Yi Qinghan was very lucky. Although these martialists' minds were completely occupied by the desire to kill, the moment the slaughter god blade appeared, the ice-cold aura caused everyone to sober up. After that, the negative emotions began to compete with the desire to kill for control of the soul. It was obvious that the negative emotions won. Their souls started to become chaotic, and they lost the ability to fight. They started to roll on the ground. 1 hour later, the entire battlefield had turned into a scene from hell. Broken limbs, minced meat, and corpses were everywhere. The black soil on the ground had already turned dark red. At this moment, there was no one left standing. The only person who was half kneeling on the ground was a gray-armored man who was waving his blade at a martial artist. When the last martial artist, who had a strong defense, completely stopped breathing, Yi Qinghan looked around blankly. He couldn't sense any living beings around him. His body trembled continuously as he convulsed. However, he continued to wave the slaughter god blade in the air. It was as though he didn't know what fatigue was. At this moment, the black protective shield above his head flashed with a black light and a spot of light appeared above his head. After that, this spot of light started to spread in all directions. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight appeared in the fog-like sky and started to fade. As the spot of light continued to expand, the black fog in the battlefield also started to fade. The stench of blood in the air also started to thin out. It was as though snow was being shone on by the sun as it started to melt. Something even stranger happened. The blood in Yi Qinghan's eyes started to fade as the spot of light expanded. When the spot of light had already expanded halfway, Yi Qinghan's mind started to clear up. He forcefully suppressed the crazy desire to kill in his heart. With trembling hands, he kept the slaughter god blade. After that, he took out the flexible sword, half-squatted on the ground and started to breathe heavily. As the darkness continued to fade, Yi Qinghan became more and more clear-headed. A trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. However, he didn't have time to think about this strange thing. He quickly took off the soul ring on his ring finger and threw it into his spatial ring. Finally, he started to wave the flexible sword around and stabbed his body 7 to 8 times. Only then did he fall straight to the ground. He squinted his eyes and stared blankly at the dark sky above his head. After looking for a while, he started to feel suspicious. The sky was different from before. It seemed like something was missing. He turned his head with difficulty and saw that the surrounding scenery was the same as the sky. It was dark and blank. The 50 martial artists that were originally sitting cross-legged outside could not be seen. Not even the red hill that was filled with holy fruits could be seen. At this moment, he finally understood what he felt was missing. The round entrance to the sealed God Valley that was like a demonic sun was missing. Although the barrier had become transparent, he still couldn't see outside. He quickly used his divine senses to sense the situation outside. However, he realized that his divine senses couldn't penetrate the barrier either. He relaxed slightly. Since he couldn't sense the situation outside, it meant that the people outside couldn't sense the situation inside either. Buzz! When the darkness completely faded, the barrier shone brightly again. As the light shone, the scenery outside suddenly changed. The circular hole in the sky appeared, the surrounding martial artists appeared, and the red hillside appeared. Swish! 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 Just as the scenery in front of Yi Qinghan changed, countless pairs of eyes suddenly opened. Like sharp blades, they swept towards the barrier. In the end, all of them locked onto Yi Qinghan's blood-covered face and his startled eyes. Of course, Yi Qinghan was startled because for the first time, he saw different emotions in the eyes of the living dead. There was surprise, doubt, shock, and even doubt. Ever since he first met these squad leaders, he had noticed that their eyes were calm and indifferent, but they were still calm and indifferent. It had never changed, but at this moment, there were suddenly a few strange emotions. This made Yi Qinghan feel slightly proud and flattered. However, after thinking about it, he understood. 400 martial artists, 100 demonic beasts, and in the end, only one living person, a martial artist with the lowest realm. Even a saint would be surprised and have a strange emotion surge up his heart. In the past, although there were few people who survived in the end, and there were often situations where the last person was alive, that person was basically the strongest person in the field. Yi Qinghan admired their brilliant gazes for a while, but didn't pay them any more attention. Instead, she closed her eyes. He wasn't too tired. He could still endure this kind of injury. The reason he closed his eyes was because he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his soul. His soul was not possessed by the murderous aura again, nor did it grow bigger. There was only a small change. The Xiao Hei line in the middle grew a bit longer.